Platform, can you hear me?
Hi, Mario, I can hear you.
Speaker mic platform, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Deputy Speaker.
Recording in progress.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Honourable members, could we just have order, please? Before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that the vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly, owing to the resignation of Mr. M.M. Dlamini, has been filled with effect from 8 September 2025 by the nominations of Mr. M. Khoza. Additionally, the vacancy which occurred owing to the passing of Mr. K.P. Sithole has been filled by the nomination of Mr. A.K. Ngubesi with the effect from 16 September 2025. The members have made and subscribed the oath in the Speaker's office, and it is my privilege to welcome you, honourable members.
Can you see them, Deputy Speaker?
If
Honorable Khoza is here in the House.
Honourable Kalipi, that will be in order if the members wish to rise so that we can welcome them properly. Thank you very much and welcome. A very enthusiastic welcome, honourable members. Lastly, honourable members will recall that during the questions to ministers in the Economics Cluster 5, questions directed to the Minister of Tourism and the Minister of Small Business Development stood over in terms of Rule 144(1)(a). These questions will be taken today in terms of Rule 138(5). Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will be added to today's question time for this purpose, as provided for in terms of Rule 138(5)(b). Honourable members, the only item on today's order paper is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 1, Peace and Security. Yes, Honourable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we have an issue here. I just realized that the ministers who are supposed to answer questions are not here in the House. And we have been raising that issue for more than 1,000 times to say ministers must be in the House. It works better if they're here. Even now, the first minister who's supposed to answer the questions is not here. Even the one that is acting, who's supposed to have more energy to be here, is not here. So it means this parliament, they are taking us for granted. And you, Deputy Speaker, in the absence of the Speaker, you must protect us. We must know why the ministers are not here. Because if you are going to allow this thing, it means that parliament is not taken serious. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mkalipi. Yes, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I just want to acknowledge that the issue that is being raised by Honourable Mkalipi was ventilated in the Chief Whip's Forum, and the Honourable Frolic took it upon himself to take the matter to the Speaker, and we also did so to say that we will then also talk to our members who are in the executive to avail themselves in the House as and when we have question time. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to entertain more points on this because this is the same point. Honourable Skosana, is it a new angle to this
Yes.
matter?
Yes, it's a new angle. Okay. The new angle is that the issue of the interpreters at home as well, even if they are even if they are interpreting here, those who are online, they can't get any interpretation. So we've been raising this matter several times and there's nothing happening. I don't know whether we ignored by deliberately, but please, we are not here for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There are now two issues. Let me deal with the first one, and that is ministers not being present when it is question time. Honourable Mkalipi, that is indeed a problem. It was also a problem yesterday, which I also then referred to, but I have now also been informed that this was discussed in the Chief Whip's Forum this morning, a forum where I do not sit, and we will take this further because I also have to stress from the presiding officer's side, it is not acceptable that the ministers are not present when these questions are planned long before. We know that things happen, but I think preference should be given to what happens in this House where ministers are held accountable through questions. So we take that matter very seriously. Then, Honourable Skosana, indeed, I will look further into the whole question. So if I just want to make sure you are referring to the interpreting on the virtual platform, the availability of that, let me just make sure that that is the case.
Yes, Chair, both. Yesterday, there was no interpreter here at all for all the African languages. It was only English and Afrikaans. And at home as well, there was nothing at all. And I asked one staff member, he says that there's a shortage of staff.
Good.
Thank you.
I will take that further because that is also a very important function that we provide to our members. Honourable members, we will now proceed with item 1, or the only item, and that is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 1, Peace and Security. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication in which questions their members wish to pose a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technological difficulties, the party upon duty will be allowed to ask the question on behalf of their member. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Mohammed to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is, given that South Africans are watching a quiet but dangerous wave of Israeli nationals entering the Republic and buying up land and property while South Africans struggle for homes and land, what vetting processes does his department have in place to ensure that the influx does not become a Trojan horse for foreign influence that threatens the Republic's national sovereignty? The Honourable Minister, who will be on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and good afternoon to all of the members in the House. Deputy Speaker, the question's premise is flawed. According to the latest available statistics, 9,287 arrivals were recorded for Israeli passport holders in the 2024 calendar year, compared to 9,115 departures. For the period 1 January 2025 until the 11th of September 2025, 6,917 arrivals and 6,927 departures of Israeli passport holders were recorded. This is compared to total arrivals of 9,935,381 so far this year, which means that only 0.07% of all arrivals in South Africa in 2025 were travellers from Israel. Additionally, in 2025, so far, there have been slightly more departures than arrivals. The so-called influx that the Honourable Member refers to, therefore, simply does not exist. In terms of the second part of the question, the purchase of property is subject to local laws and regulations, including compliance with the Financial Intelligence Centre Act, and that is a process with its own procedures and requirements that falls outside of the immigration space. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mohammed.
Thank you, Chair. May I be seated?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your response. Minister, this is not only just about statistics. You said there's only a certain number that arrived on the Israeli passports. Are you also including those with dual citizenship when you're giving those numbers? This is, South Africa can see Israeli nationals entering our country and buying up land and property while millions of our own people remain, sorry about that. Given that South Africans are watching a quiet but dangerous wave of Israeli nationals, sorry about that, I'm just got my notes all mixed up. Honourable Minister, South Africans are not blind. They see Israeli nationals entering our country with ease, buying up farms, property, and land, while our people remain squeezed in shacks and backyard dwellings. This is not just about property, it is about sovereignty. Minister, will you admit that your department's vetting processes are weak and that South Africa's risk becoming a playground for foreign interests while its own citizens remain dispossessed? And will you commit here and now to a transparent audit of all foreign nationals acquiring land and property in our republic, including the source of their money, so South Africans can know whether their land is being quietly stolen through the back door while government sits and watch. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think, let me just indicate that we can't make up our own realities and our own facts. The facts are as I've just relayed them. And so whatever one's own eyes may say, we cannot use that as evidence above the actual evidence. And the actual evidence is what I have just provided. In terms of the question around dual citizenship, the requirement around the world is for a person who holds dual citizenship to enter the country where they hold citizenship with the passport of that particular country. And that is something that South Africa also complies with. I think more broadly, South Africa is on a quest to drive investment. We are not a country that wants to say that people should not be able to invest in South Africa. I don't think that is the message we want to send to the world with an unemployment rate of 33% and all of the work that we still need to do. So I think that that is not in the economic interests of our country to become a place that is insular and totally locked off from the rest of the world. So I think South Africa's property regime, the security of our property rights, those are things that should be upheld and expanded to more people in the country so that they can actually also enter that ladder of property ownership. I would, however, caution, Deputy Speaker, that we don't give way to tropes. It is a very old trope and a very dangerous game to engage in claims of people squeezing out populations. There's even a tinge of anti-Semitism to this particular question. And I think it is important that we ground ourselves in facts. If there was any evidence of what the Honourable Member speaks about, then of course we could look at that. But the reality is that 0.07% of the arrivals in South Africa are from Israel. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, there is a point of order. I think my message to you was just a bit delayed. Yes, Honourable Member, what is your point
thank
of
you very
order?
much, Deputy Speaker. Once again, the Minister has not answered the question. He has just been peripheral and off
Honourable
context. The
Member,
question, the main way.
Honourable Member,
Then
that
how are
is
you going
not
to
the
hear me?
point
If
of order.
don't interject, at least listen to me, then you come in. I'm saying,
Honourable
listen to
Member,
me. I'm
I
raising
am
a
now
point of
stopping
order
you.
here. I'm raising a point of order. The Minister has not answered the main question. The question was asking about the vetting process. He has just given us statistics.
Honourable
Do they have a
Member,
vetting process as the department?
Honourable
You must
Member,
answer that and not
refer me
give
to
us
the rule that you are
statistics.
referring to.
No, I'm
Indicate the
raising a
rule.
point of order. He has
No,
not
you
answered
have
the
to
question
indicate the
in terms
actual
of
rule.
Rule 92.
Oh, no.
But the
Honourable
rule
Member,
does not say I must quote a rule. It says I must lay basis for my point of order, and that's what I'm doing.
that is not a point of order. We have discussed this extensively in this House, in the Chief.
But he has not
Forum.
answered the question.
Honourable Member, you are now in contempt. That is a matter for argument and not a point of order. We have dealt with that extensively in this House. Thank you. We will now proceed. The second
Order, Speaker, order. My hand is
Honourable
raised.
Reddy. Honourable Reddy. Do you have a specific point of order?
Speaker, Honourable Speaker, the previous person, Honourable Kalipi, did not mention the specific rule, but you allowed her to speak on a point of order. And when the member from the MK did the same thing, you are insisting you want a specific rule. Can you please be consistent in your rulings? I appeal. Thank you.
I will apply that, Honourable Reddy. But I also want to point out that I cannot allow members to dictate presiding from the floor. That is the prerogative of the presiding officers. And I also want to remind the members that it is not possible for the chair to prescribe to the executive how they should respond to questions. That is what I've just been saying. We have dealt with this in this House extensively. We will now proceed. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Chabane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Minister, given the strained diplomatic relations between South Africa and Israel, how will Home Affairs ensure that regulations on the requirement for visitors into our country are inconsistent with the national interest? And can the minister demonstrate mechanism in place to vet such individuals? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to the Honourable Member. So there are obviously a range of mechanisms in place as a matter of course, especially when it comes to your more long-term visa applications. So the requirements for a short stay tourist visit are significantly different from your longer stay visits. And in that particular case, there will be a much more comprehensive check of financial background, ability to maintain yourself in South Africa so that you don't become a burden on the state, but also, of course, cooperation from within the justice cluster where there are more serious issues that need to be looked into. But I think the most important point on the way forward is the rollout of the electronic travel authorization that we are embarking upon in the next few weeks. This will be a system that automates your application process, but also has a critical role in the adjudication process. We will start with short stay tourist visas, as I said, the more simple categories. But over time, our intention is to use technology to more securely vet your more complicated visa applications, going all the way up to permanent residency, which is obviously your most complicated one that requires the deepest scrutiny and consideration. So we believe that even with the ETA's ability to verify that your passport is a legitimate travel document and that your the face of a traveler who arrives in South Africa actually matches the face, the biometric information on the passport, this is laying the foundation really for us to have much more stringent, technologically empowered vetting procedures and adjudication processes that also will improve the efficiency of the system. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ruiz.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, a top priority of our government and hence your department is to facilitate legal travel into South Africa that brings foreign investment that contributes to growing the economy and creating jobs. Could you elaborate on the initiatives your department has implemented to attract and manage responsible foreign investors and how these measures have already resulted in tangible benefits to grow the economy and create jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are a range of initiatives underway, and I think one of the big focal points for Home Affairs is to also really play our role as an economic enabler in a more focused manner. And I think that is something that comes across when you engage with the business community. You'll often find that what has been holding back investment in South Africa can sometimes be as simple as visas that have not been processed on time. In fact, I have recently taken to saying that this is a non-tariff barrier to investment in South Africa that we are systematically addressing. So the initiatives obviously include things like the Trusted Employer Scheme, the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme, which has now brought around 35,000 additional tourists from countries like China and India, where we've really underperformed over many years. But I think the most critical intervention is, as I've said, the rollout over the coming months of the electronic travel authorization, because that's going to really enable travelers to go online, submit applications, they scan their passports, upload all the information we need. We can then use technology to remotely and instantly verify this information and have a much more efficient and secure visa process that generates the kind of turnaround times that really would put us in a world-class league. So we started out this journey with South Africa still issuing, paper documents, handwritten visas in some cases, and we are now really moving very swiftly and in a focused way towards automating those kind of processes. That's going to have a huge impact, not only on tourism, but on the confidence of businesses that South Africa under the GNU is reforming, that we are embracing digital transformation, and that we are creating better, clearer, and faster processes for businesses, for investors who want to come and invest in this country. We know that we are under pressure in the global trading environment. We understand that tariffs hold a very serious threat to our economy. And that is why Home Affairs is really working flat out to play our role in enabling economic
Thank
growth
you,
despite
Honourable
all the
Minister.
challenges we face. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Serious allegations made by Honorable Mohammed that they are, open quote, watching a quiet but dangerous wave of Israeli nationals entering the Republic and buying up land and property while South Africans struggle for homes and land, close quote, are xenophobic, hateful, and divisive. In your vetting process, Honorable Minister, has your department kept a record of who among the British, Americans, Israelis, Iranians, or Sudanese who have bought land in this country has threatened our national security, and whether there is any evidence that Israeli nationals pose a greater threat to our national sovereignty than any other foreign investors or landowners? Thank you,
The Honourable
Chairperson.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. No, and I think we should be very careful not to replace evidence and facts, as I said at the beginning of my response, with our own impressions or even tropes that we are trying to push. So I think the numbers do speak for themselves about the reality on the ground as it pertains to this particular issue. But I also think, as I mentioned earlier, that South Africa's property regime extends far beyond Home Affairs. It's really a question at the deeds office or at people who administer the property regime in South Africa to see what kind of patterns may be emerging. But I would emphasize, Deputy Speaker, that South Africa should not become an insular society where we lock ourselves off from the global economy, including through investments in property and other assets in South Africa, because then we will not be able to overcome the massive unemployment problem that we face as a country. And particularly now, as I said in my previous response, that we are under really unprecedented pressure from the way in which global trade is being restructured, that we must now use our ability to be an attractive investment destination. And that should really be the apex priority for all of us as South Africans, because if we lock out private capital, if we lock out foreign direct investment, if we signal to the world that we are unfriendly to investors, not only from particular countries, but in general, then we are actually going to pay an enormous economic price. The irony of, I think, the current global environment is that it is reaffirming the value and power of globalization and of global trade, because we are now starting to see what happens when the global trading system, when things like foreign investment is reduced. We see countries suffering, we see economies declining, and I think out of this process, we should emerge as a more confident player in that global space as a country that promotes free markets, free trade, and the economics that is going to help us reduce unemployment. Thank you.
Honourable members, we now move on to question number 941, which has been asked by the Honourable Matthys to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is whether he appointed new support staff when he assumed office as Acting Minister of Police. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what has happened to the staff who previously served in the ministry? The Honourable Acting Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members. My apologies for not having been in the House yesterday. I was at a cabinet retreat in Tshwane, presided over by the President, and today at a cabinet meeting also presided over by the President. But it's an important matter that you raised, Deputy Speaker, and I wonder if this matter couldn't be addressed between your office and the Presidency going forward. Because I take my accountability to the House very seriously. Thank you, Honourable Member, for this question. I have not appointed new staff in terms of the ministerial handbook. I am, however, in the process of appointing a special advisor in terms of Section 12A of the South African Public Service Act 1994, which makes provision for the executive authority to appoint persons under contract to advise on matters relating to their powers and duties. Ministers are limited to appointing 2 full-time advisors. since only one position was filled at the time of my appointment, one position was vacant. That is my response, Deputy Speaker.
I'll take a follow-up questions. Deputy
Thank
Speaker.
you. Please allow me, Honorable Mkalipi. Thank you, Honorable Acting Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked, according to my papers, Honorable Matthys, but I see that it is Honorable Mkalipi who will take the question. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Your apology is not accepted. You were supposed to come to the House. Don't be lazy. We are dealing with serious issues here. Deputy Speaker, in light of your confirmation that you have appointed new support staff in the ministry while you're serving in it as an acting capacity, could you explain how these appointments are justified against the backdrop of South African Police Service severe resources constraint, including ongoing budget cuts, police stations at a decade stage, shortages of vehicles to respond to crime scenes, and broader infrastructure backlogs? How does the ministry reconcile spending on a new administrative staff with the urgent operational needs on the ground? And what measures have been put in place to ensure that limited resources are prioritized towards frontline policing? And what happened to those people that were there before you come? So did you fire them? Are you increasing unemployment in this country as an acting minister? We are not responsible at all. Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister.
Thank you for the response. I made it very clear in my response that I have not replaced the existing staff in my office. They are all currently in position. And secondly, that I have only taken steps to appoint one special advisor because there was a vacancy in that position, and I'm entitled to do so in terms of the ministerial handbook. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We are making a comment instead of a question, given that the matter of appointing staff in the Minister's office is a practice that is provided for in the Public Service Act, the Public Service Regulation, as well as Ministerial Handbook of the Executive to follow in appointing staff in their offices. We are, however, confident that when the acting minister considers appointing staff into his office, should the need arise, will be guided by the provision of our laws and Ministerial Handbook. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Acting Minister, that was not a question, only a comment, so we will proceed, except if you perhaps want to comment on the comment.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I see there is a hand at the back. Honourable Member, what is your point of order? Honourable Member, your point of order, please. You were raising your hand, but we will proceed. This third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, Acting Minister. Can you please explain how changes or the absence of change in your support staff have impacted the functioning and efficiency of the ministry, and to what extent these decisions were influenced by the need for continuity, considerations of cost effectiveness, or political discretion? Thank you.
The Honourable Acting Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. All of those considerations are, of course, pertinent to the decisions that I have to make. All I can say is that for the time being, I have decided not to replace any of the existing staff, except to appoint a special advisor, Mr. Gareth Newham, into a position that is vacant, to avoid, as far as possible, incurring additional costs. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What objective criteria in strict compliance with the Ministerial Handbook and the Public Service Regulation did the acting minister apply removing staff, or What process have you applied to employ the very person we are talking about? Has the minister had any inquiry been done in relation to Mkunu's support staff, considering the allegations leveled against their principal? Is there any indication that due to the close working relationship, they may have been aware of his alleged conduct? And finally, in the event that Mkunu is dismissed, what will their employment status be? Thank you.
The Honourable Acting Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm a little bit unclear about whether you are asking me why I have not removed members or not. But let me try and clarify. Yes, I have not made any decisions to reassign any of the staff who worked under the previous minister's office. For the time being, I have made one appointment, as I'm entitled to do, of Mr. Gareth Newham, or it's in the process of being implemented, who is one of the most, in my judgment, one of the most expert policy analysts of policing and safety and security. And I'm thrilled, in fact, that he has agreed to act, to be appointed in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Minister. We move on to question 889, which has been asked by the Honourable Sokanyile to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. Yes, Honourable Skosana.
The minister again has not answered the criteria which he applied. He has not answered me. What criteria has he applied to have that person is talking about? Thank you.
I will allow that because that was a very specific question, Acting Minister. Is it possible for you to reply to that, to the specific criteria you applied in appointing your special advisor?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I made it very clear in my response that I was acting in terms of Section 12A of the South African Public Service Act of 1994, as well as the provisions of the Ministerial Handbook. And I explained that in my judgment, he is among the most qualified persons on policing in the country, having been employed in the Institute of Security Studies for many years. He is about the most esteemed researcher in this field. And he also worked with me when I was the MEC of Community Safety in Gauteng many years ago, where he did an excellent job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Minister. Order, members. Question number 889 has been asked by the Honourable Sokanyile to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. The question is, considering that the recent SA National Defence Force Women's Day Parade recognized the contributions of women in uniform and non-uniform positions and spotlighted the progress of gender equality within the SANDF since 27 April 1994, what steps have been taken to advance women's representation in leadership, command, and technical roles within the SANDF in line with this year's theme, Accelerate Action, Rights, Equality, Empowerment for All Women and Girls? The Honourable Minister.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very
much. Oh, okay.
Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Okay, Speaker, I must apologize.
Honourable Minister, please give me a moment. Honourable members, the question is directed to the Minister, and the Minister is online to answer. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much for the question to the member. The answer is, since the Constitution, it does emphasize three core values, which are human dignity, equality, and freedom. and the department has adjusted its departmental policies to regulate gender equality in the Defence Force. Similarly, the National Defence Force did initiate several activities which in the HR value chain in which gender equality has been emphasized. And the advancement of women representation in the department has gone through a number of changes. It has improved, for instance, from 1994, it improved from 20% and currently stands at 25%. But there's also improvement in terms of the representation of women in the leadership. It has improved with 15% and it stands now at 34%. But there have also been improvements in other areas, in career opportunities for women in combat, which was unblocked in 1995 through acceptance of women combatants on military courses and the appointment of combat roles. Moreover, women representation with technical mastering improved with 18% since 1994. So the National Defence Force and the Acting Secretary of Defence have committed themselves to continue to institutionalize gender mainstreaming and also ensure that there is a process of women empowerment and advancement within the department. I thank you, Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sukanyile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, following your elaboration on initiatives to advance women's representation in the South African National Defence Force, which targeted training, mentorship, and developmental programs are being prioritized to equip women for leadership, command, technical roles, and how is the SANDF measuring the impact of these efforts and ensure sustained progress? Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, I can confirm, thank you very much, Chair. I can confirm that the department has a number of programs which are meant to advance women. Those will include mentoring, those will include training, but also those will really include specified areas of training. There's also a whole process of gender mainstreaming so that all training opportunities that are in the department, women are given or have access to those training programs, so that even men themselves are trained into gender mainstreaming, gender sensitivity. On the other hand, women themselves are given opportunities to train in all areas, but with also emphasis to make sure that there is mentoring, but there's also direct training programs for them to advance in the different areas where women have not been participating in the past. But the main thing is that the whole training is mainstreamed and women are given the opportunities directly, purposefully, and also with clear intentions of assisting them to rise within the ranks of the Defence Force. Thank you very much, Chair.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hatton.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Given that women comprise only about 28% of the SANDF's uniformed personnel, and that only 6 of the major generals, that's the 2-star generals, admirals, are women, could the Minister, that's 15%, could the Minister specify the current percentage of women in senior command leadership roles? And how do these figures compare to the intermediate milestones and the recommended number that should be arrived at? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I thought in my response, I did read some of the figures, so I'll repeat the numbers I've read. We did say in terms of uniformed women, it has moved from 20% in 1994 to 35% now as it stands. But the movement forward, we've also admitted that in leadership positions, it has improved with 15%, but now we stand at 34% for middle management and stand at, in terms of the higher echelons, member is quite correct, that we only have one woman, a 3-star general. And then we have quite a number of them at the second levels, 2-star general. So in terms of, despite the fact that, as I say, we have 35% of them in uniform, but there are very few of them that have gone through the processes to really reach or represent a 35% at senior level. And that's the area which is getting more attention and lots of focus as to how we really create opportunities, but also create spaces for women to move through the ranks of the Defence Force. But at the senior echelons, it's not satisfactorily adequate, Chair.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Van Wyk.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I would like to know, out of this 34%, how many women of those women, how many of them are so-called colored women and Indian women who is also in high-ranking positions? Or are you treating them the same as you are treating the SAKK, where there is no political will to deploy so-called colored people and Indian people to high-ranking positions? Thank you, Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
So I think that I'll be required to give your racial divisions, which I can, but I'm quite aware that there are women. So how many? I really don't have the figures with me. There are women who are in very senior positions who are colors. There are also women who are very senior also who come from other racial groups, even be white or Indian. But I could give a figure when I have that opportunity. And to say we would treat them as Cape Colored, as other colored groups with contempt, I don't think that's the attitude of the department. We believe in what the Constitution is saying, that we're a non-racial country which must give everybody an equal opportunity. So people will not be stopped or blocked from advancing in the system simply because they are colored or Indian.
Honourable Minister, if you can just pause for a minute. Honourable Daniels, what is your point of order?
My point of order is very simple, Chairperson. The Minister is misleading the House because the SAKK has for years been fighting for recognition. Has not happened. And that is my point of order. Thank you.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order. That is a point of debate. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Chairperson, I also just want to raise a point of order.
What is your point of order?
We are being misled here, because the fact of the matter is there's a lot of so-called colored women who is part and parcel of the SAKK. Until today, they don't enjoy benefits, housing.
Honourable Member. Honourable Member.
It's the truth, Chair.
That
you, Chair.
is not a point of order. You are now entering into a debate. Honourable Minister, please conclude with your reply.
No, Chair, I've concluded what I would have said in relation to what the follow-up question required of me.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, as well as the Minister. My question to the Minister is the fact that the Minister has cited the numbers and unit breakdowns, as she had alluded in her response. Yet the reality is unmistakable. It is a growing concern that women still occupy only a sliver of senior command and critical technical posts within the South African National Defence Force. This is no longer about counting heads, but about dismantling the entrenched barriers, training pipelines, recruitment filters, and a culture of that discourages advancement. What we want the Minister to do is to tell this House plainly, what decisive action will she take in the next 12 months to break those barriers and ensure that talented women can rise to the very top of our Defence Force? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much for the question, Chair. It does not even require 12 months because there's a transformation, a program that falls under HR, which is focusing on an ongoing basis, yesterday, tomorrow, and next week, on the different steps that we have to take, as to correctly say, to make sure that there is a conscious and a deliberate program to advance women. So we don't need anything new, but we can share also with members that there is a comprehensive program which is looking at ways of ensuring that indeed there is upward mobility for women in the Defence Force. And I have admitted, Chair, that at a senior level, we don't have satisfactory representation. And that's why there are conscious and deliberate efforts on an ongoing basis, not in a year, ongoing, to make sure that we do exactly what a member Ngobeni is advising. So we are doing that.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 920 has been asked by the Honourable Hutton to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. The question is, given the reported remarks by the Chief of the SA National Defence Force in Tehran on 12 August 2025 and the subsequent op-ed defending the visit on 23 August 2025, political advocacy by uniformed members of the SA National Defence Force complies with the Defence Act, Act 42 of 2002, the Military Discipline Code, and the communication directives of her department. If not, what disciplinary or administrative steps have been actioned in respect of both the Tehran remarks and the op-ed, and by what date will a binding directive prohibiting political statements by uniformed members with prescribed sanctions be issued and enforced? If so, on what written legal basis and approvals was the advocacy authorized? The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much for the question again. Chair, there is no evidence that the Chief of Defence Force contravened the provisions of the above Act, as the member has quoted, and the opinion pieces that was made in the member's private capacity by another member. So indeed, the member is correct to quote Act 42 of 2002, which reads that neither the Defence Force nor its members may, in performance of their duties, prejudice a political party interest that is legitimate in terms of the Constitution, or in a partisan fashion, further any interest of any political party. So, Chair, the answer is that there's no evidence that he contravened the CHEP, and therefore all the other matters that the member would have expected falls off or unnecessary. How he got permission, it's an ongoing basis. The Chief of Defence Force, as much as he's an appointee of the president, he reports directly to the minister, and I approve his trips. So that trip was approved as late as last year, but unfortunately for different reasons, it could not be undertaken. It was postponed again earlier this year. So this time it was the third time that we were trying to undertake the trip. And the permission is sought from the minister, like in any other department where the head of department is authorized to travel by the minister responsible. Thank you, Chair.
First supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hutton.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. The response is exactly as was expected. The utterances of the Chief of the SNDF was published internationally. There was no repudiation apart from some reaction from DIRCO as well as from the presidency. But the Chief of the SNDF never denied that he said that. It was published internationally on TV everywhere. So yes, there's perhaps not sufficient legal evidence to pursue to a court. But Chair, Honourable Speaker, the opinion editorial that was written by Rear Admiral Shabalala was published widely. He said it was in his personal capacity. Now, does the minister say that any member of the SANDF, uniformed member of the SANDF, can go public on any political issue, internationally or locally? And is that her interpretation that is okay and allowable in terms of the Defence Act, the Constitution, and the Military Code of Conduct? Just to say it's my personal capacity. I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, in relation to Admiral Chabalala's opinion, which he did indicate that it's in his personal capacity. Broadly, it's allowed, but where the member would have been right, it's when it contradicts that which is supposed to stand for. And reading Admiral Chabalala's opinion, there was also no legal or even policy contradiction in what he had said, even in his personal capacity. So in terms of the general, I also had access, because I did ask him to give me a copy of the speech that he read when he was in Tehran, and I read it. And Chair, I can confirm that that speech, even if it was said in France, it would not have created problems. It created problems because it was in Iran at the wrong time when they were, because of these geopolitical conflicts. Department of International Relations makes broad national policies of international relations. Every department has the responsibility to push and advance policy or international policies in respect of the areas of their work. For instance, the head of economic development must understand the economic policies of the country and speak on them, and not wait for DECO to tell the world what is our economic policy. The Chief of Defense Force, as the policy head of defense, is expected to be able to articulate what is the policy of the country on the matters of defense. So to articulate that as head of policy can't be any problematic, Chair. So again, I want to repeat, maybe Member is right when he say that's what he expected, because that's what it is. So he's expected exactly what it is.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Plaatjes.
Thank you, Honourable House, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, subsequent to your approval of the General's clarification regarding these comments during the Iran visits on the 12th of August 2025 and the subsequent discussion with the President around the 8th of September 2025, what innovative programs or policies are you introducing to strengthen the SADC capacity for international military diplomacy, ensuring these efforts enhance South African global reputation while fully complying with departmental policies and national foreign policy guidelines?
The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The Department of Defense has a very elaborate program on international relations. It signs MOUs with different countries, working together with Department of Justice and also Department of International Relations. In almost all the embassies, the department has what they call defense attaches, who are also doing military diplomacy on behalf of the department. So the question of international diplomacy in military areas, it's an ongoing core function of the department. As a result, workshops, training, information is shared broadly in the department to make sure that there's a common understanding as to what is our national policy in terms of international relations, but specifically in the defense, it's also an ongoing discussion to say within the area of defense, the defense policy on international relations, it's driven from the department because it knows better, or as I say, it's better equipped also to understand that space and work with counterparts in DECO and also in justice, even the presidency.
The third supplementary. Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Tebekulu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, given the Minister's assurance that the General's statements were merely articulating government policy and not personal advocacy, what specific transparent monitoring mechanisms overseen by the independent official like the Inspector General will her department establish to objectively assess and pre-approve all future public statements by SNDF members to definite
quantitatively determine this difference? And how will this mechanism's ruling be enforced to prevent its findings from being ignored for politically expediency reasons? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. In honesty, I don't see where the Inspector General would even have a role in terms of defense diplomacy. As I say, Chair, we have a whole department within the Department of Defense that deals with military diplomacy. There are defense attaches that are employed in the department in every embassy to also inform the Department of the International Space. And all of these people report to military intelligence head. So Inspector General will have a different mandate from that which military intelligence in terms of military diplomacy will be working. And as I said earlier, Chair, there's ongoing programs, there's ongoing training. We train people. Even now we're deploying a number of our employees to go and fill posts in your international relations offices all over the country. And through those programs, as I said, there's discussion, there's collaboration with the Department of International Relations. So basically the system is flowing on its own. The problem of Iran, it's a different problem because we don't need to monitor. I mean, the department on an ongoing basis even has joint exercises with other countries. So therefore, there is currently no need to do anything extra than working with DECO and with the presidency on issues of international defense diplomacy. The Inspector General has a different role which does not fit into this space, and therefore there won't be any need to be working with him because it has nothing to do with his immediate responsibilities, Chair.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ghana.
Thanks, Minister. So that's why you have touched on the areas as it relates to what the General has said. I want to check with you, as far as you know, was their consultation with DECO and the South African Embassy in Tehran ahead of the visit? If there was that consultation, what was the advice of DECO through the Embassy of South Africa in Tehran ahead of the visit? Thanks very much.
No, thank you very much, Chair. As I explained, that in every DECO's office, there is a defense attached person. So when we go to a country, they prepare as an office, which means DECO and our defense attaches, to give us information about the country where we're going, what the issues are. But also when we go from the country, we have to inform DECO so that DECO knows, not that it's got to give us permission. DECO is aware where we are, even in terms of assisting with logistics, in terms of assisting with the latest information, and also information that we need to include into our notes. So again, the Tehran thing, because it became a media thing, it's an ongoing activity in the department where, as I say, traveling is not necessarily permission sought from DECO, but the information of what needs to be raised or attended to, it will be a joint information exercise that we will get from our offices which work with DECO wherever we are going. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, this is Honourable Ngobeni online. May I just request, and I don't mean to interrupt proceedings, but is it possible that the table can automatically mute everyone that is online? because there is so much interference, and when the responses are given, we receive feedback on this side. May I just ask that that can be done, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Ngubeni. Unfortunately, it is not that easy because we do have rules and that members cannot just be muted. It has to follow specific rules, and therefore we can't ask the table to do that without the presiding officer calling the member, naming the member, and then asking them to be muted. So I appreciate your concern, but that is how it works. We follow on to number 892, and it has been asked by the Honourable Muela to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. The question is, given the election of the Republic as incoming chair of the South African Development Community Troika and its current leadership of the Southern African Customs Union, how will the specified roles be used to strengthen regional integration, particularly in advancing economic and trade cooperation across the Republic? I have been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering questions on behalf of the Minister, the Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's correct, Madam Chair, that we convened the SADC 45th Summit of Heads of States and of Government on the occasion of the 17th August 2025 in Madagascar, in the capital city. Chairperson, at that occasion, South Africa has been elected in the Troika. You'll recall that we took the stewardship of SADC was held by Zimbabwe. Madagascar currently is the chair of SADC, and South Africa, as part of Troika, has been elected as a deputy chairperson. Chair, the important issue, we are assuming our leadership role both in the Troika and as chair of the summit, having hindsight that the last time that South Africa chaired the SADC summit was on the occasion of the 2017. We obviously will use, Madam Chair, the position as both as a chair of SADC and in the capacity of Troika to ensure that we restore the regional strategic position of SADC, promote the implementation of the SADC integration agenda, in particular during this epoch of a poly-crisis. Importantly, Chair, we do anticipate that we are going to develop South Africa's chair strategy and a roadmap and a substantive cabinet memo that will outline our thematic approach, our strategic priorities, and key deliverables for our chairship. That will continue to do, participating in particular with state and non-state actors over the next 10 years. As it relates to SACU, Chair, you'll also recall that South Africa assumed the chairship of the South African Customs Union on the occasion of 15th of July 2025. You would also reflect that the key pen holders of SACU is evidently National Treasury and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. But important for Parliament, Chair, is to note that our presence in SACU represents opportunity of a GDP of 6 trillion rand. We speak about 200 billion intra-Africa trade just within SACU. And obviously it takes place within the context of 70 million populace that are part of the membership of SACU. So we'll obviously continue to, via the two sister departments, inform Parliament of the work that we are doing.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. I will now give an opportunity for a first supplementary question. Will be asked by Honourable Muela.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, following your outline of specific programs South Africa is pursuing as incoming chair of the SADC Troika and leader of the South African Customs Union to advance regional integration through economic and trade cooperation? What measurable targets and timelines have been established for these initiatives, and how is South Africa ensuring effective coordination with SADC member states to maximize their impact on inclusive economic growth and regional trade? Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moela. Honorable Chair, SADC have, as part of its repository, the 10-year Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan. Of course, the foundation of that specific plan is the matter about peace, security, and good governance. And members would also recall that foundational aspect, it's reconcilable with the African Union Agenda 2063, in particular Aspiration 3, which speaks about the need to have Africa that are premised on good governance, and also Aspiration 4, Honorable Chairperson, that advocate for a peaceful and secure Africa. Obviously, Chairperson, the three pillars of which the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan are premised on speaks directly to what our forefathers have produced through the Abuja Treaty and the Lagos Plan of Action. So in essence, it speaks about the centrality of African economies and the economic integration of African economies. Pillar 1 speaks about industrial development and the need for further market integration, Chairperson. Pillar 2 speaks about the need to enhance infrastructure development. And Pillar 3 speaks about the need to ensure that both the social and human capital of the region are adequately capacitated and mobilized to achieve the two pillars as outlined earlier on. Of course, Chairperson, what complements this Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, which we ought to achieve by 2030, is the 50-year blueprint document of SADC from 2013 to 2063, which speaks about the need for SADC's own industrialization strategy and roadmap. Of course, the key pillar, Honorable Chair, of that strategic outlook, we speak about critical minerals, manufacturing capacity, regional value chains. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's Honorable Abada on behalf of Honorable Douglas. Honorable Minister, while South Africa's leadership of SADC, Troika, and SACU present opportunities to strengthen regional integration, past experiences show that these roles have too often been symbolic rather than transformative. What concrete, time-bound measures will your department take to ensure that this chairmanship delivers real economic justice for the poor, for example, breaking the structural dominance for foreign and apartheid-era corporations, in intra-SADC trade, advancing beneficiation instead of raw exports, and ensuring that small farmers, SMMEs, and historically dispossessed communities in South Africa actually benefit from this regional integration? If not, why not? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, Chair, I think the first issue that we obviously should appreciate is, one of the key overarching objectives of SADC really is the political stability and cohesion of all of the 16 member states of SADC. It is for that reason, Chair, that our intervention and contribution as part of the troop contributing countries, for example, in SADC, both in missions as it relates to Mozambique and at missions as it relates to DRC, have been informed. I think we are of a view that where there is not cessation of hostilities, there can actually be no development. That interventions of SADC, in particular the organ, have actually paid quite positive dues, both in terms of Capital Garden, the northern part of Mozambique, And I think members are aware about the increased stability which was brought about through the presence of troops from South Africa in the DRC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mwanga.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, arising from your response and given the persistent structural barriers to trade within the region, what concrete strategies will South Africa advance as Vice Chair of the SADC Troika to improve infrastructure, harmonize regulations, and reduce bureaucratic obstacles that hinder the free flow of goods and services?
The Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Member. I think the key aspect as it relates to SADC, I think what we should inform and one of the key aspects that we are going to be seized with, even working in the Troika currently, Chair, is the fact that SADC do not have a critical minerals strategy. We think in terms of our value dispositioning as SADC, that should evidently be a key aspect and a responsibility that we assume. We are saying so, Chair, because you'll recall that the AU have published its own critical and green mineral strategy in December 2024, and South Africa domesticated that strategy. I think our ambition obviously is to ensure that all member states of SADC are actually having a domesticated version of the overarching AU critical minerals and green beneficiation strategy. So that will obviously be a key priority now, Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Boshoff.
House Chairperson, I will ask a question on behalf of Dr. Bos.
Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, will the position of Chair of a Southern African Development Community Troika be utilized to address the trade relations between South Africa and Namibia and Botswana, given the fact that these countries currently close their borders for SA agriculture produce when they are in peak season? Thank you, Chairperson.
The Deputy Minister.
Well, Chair, I think, look, there's two elements. We work obviously, for example, what the Honorable Member said with Botswana, we work within the context of the South African Customs Union. So our trade dispositioning to the rest of the world is via SACU as that type of a regional, sub-regional bloc. And as we speak, Chair, having assumed the chair of SACU, there has been past difficulties as it relates to unilateral engagements in terms of trade, but I think it's part of a very pivotal discussion where we are seized with reimagining of SACU, what SACU should mean for the future in terms of our own national interest, and of course, understanding, Chair, that we use SACU as an economic mechanism to ensure that there's absolute cohesion within amongst in particular the 5 SACU countries. I think as for SADC, Chair, one of the key issues, members, that I think I must report to you is that SADC has not yet completed its tariff offerings, for example, to the ACFTA Secretariat. SACU has completed its tariff offerings. So much work, what we are doing as DERCO is to use SACU then as a basis for enhanced integration within the broader SADC region up until the completion of SADC's own tariff offerings to the ACFTA Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, we move to question number 960 that has been asked by Honorable I. Ismail Musa to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. The question is, considering the fresh allegations of genocide and systematic apartheid policies committed by the Israel government against Palestinians, coupled with the worldwide campaign and calls to isolate Israel on all fronts, will the Republic consider reviewing its original referral to the International Court of Justice to also include a call for immediate and effective intervention by the United Nations and serious binding commitment by the Israel government and the United States of America to an immediate ceasefire to stop the killing of innocent and unarmed Gazans who have been forcefully relocated? If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details? I'll give over to the Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think maybe I must state, Chair, that this is not fresh allegations of genocide taking place. I think what we are seeing here is the expansion of a genocide that are being committed against the vulnerable people of Palestine by the state of Israel. We do regard, Chair, unequivocally that the conduct of the state of Israel is in breach of international law, and it's in clear violation of the ICJ's provisional measures orders previously issued by the International Court of Justice in the case of South Africa versus Israel. As we speak, we are engaged in multitudes of diplomatic and other legal efforts to ensure that Israel positively correspond to its obligations under the Genocide Convention, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ismail Musa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Considering the rich history of South Africa and taking into consideration our moral and duty-bound obligation to ensure human lives are protected and immediate remedy sought by the ICJ and ICC against the very serious war crimes, violations of genocide and starvation, and whether we will cut all diplomatic, cultural, sports, and trade relations with the Zionist entity. If the Deputy Minister could elaborate on that specific issue.
The Deputy Minister.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think we have taken Parliament into confidence on the diplomatic downgrading and actually the recall of South Africa's entirety of South Africa's diplomatic personnel from, Tel Aviv at that specific time, the mission there. The important issue, Chair, we are obviously prioritizing the corridor in relation to our responsibility as a state in terms of ICC and in terms of the ICJ. What we have done also as the South African government is we have been very pivotal in the construct and the constitution of the Hague Group, Honorable Chair, which is a constellation of like-minded countries that seek to bring very specific measures to be imposed against Israel. For example, the state of Israel, for example, the issues of engagement on arms, ammunition, the transportation thereof, and not allowing that type of economic transactional type of diplomacy. So that is what we do. Secondly, the important issue that we're engaged with the Palestine leadership, Chair, is on the consequent outcome ultimately of the two-state solution as it relates to the current situation, especially the depopulation of Gaza by the state of Israel. That aspect, it's key and critical because a two-state solution in essence says South Africa recognizes the existence, the right of Israel to exist alongside independent, self-determined state of Palestine. That's the two-state solution. So evidently, Chair, once you sever the entirety of the diplomatic relations, what you are in essence pivoting is for a derecognition of the state of Israel. And that is the political debates both in this parliament, in this August House in South Africa, but also with the Palestine leadership and people that are taking place here.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Kumbaka.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, In light of the confirmed famine with more than 64,700 Palestinians deaths and Israel's continued non-compliance with the ICJ's provisional measures as of September 2025, how is DIRCO assessing the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza to further action before the ICJ, including possible enforcement under Article 94, subsection 2 of the UN Charter? And lastly, and how is it collaborating with the Department of Justice to strengthen South Africa's case ahead of Israel's counter-memorial submission on 12 January 2026? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think what we are being seized with, Chair, apart from our intervention in terms in front of the ICJ, in terms of Article 94, subsection 2 of the UN Charter, it gives the privilege to a party that are in the International Court of Justice to request the ICJ to make the United Nations Security Council, the UNSC, to make a specific decision, Chairperson, or a recommendation in relation to the measures as outlined by the ICJ. So as we speak, Chair, that is one of the real options that we are engaged with, invoking Article 94, subsection 2 of the United Nations Charter. The second aspect that we are looking at also, Chair, is to take cost through Article 8 applications, for example, both to UNGA and ECOSOC, Chair, under the UN Charter to ensure that what we are doing at the ICJ, what has been done in the ICC, finds a greater prominence in UNGA and in ECOSOC, which is two distinct but complementary organs of the United Nations.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, in light of the United Nations General Assembly resolution on 12 September 2025 to endorse the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, how long before South Africa implements the Sixth Parliament resolution to cut all diplomatic relations with the genocidal Israel? And what is the stance of South Africa with the continuing presence of the Israeli embassy in the city of Tshwane and the Economic Trade Office in Johannesburg, while they've been declared as a genocidal country by 142 states? Thank you.
The Deputy Minister.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. I thought earlier on I spoke to that specific issue. Chairperson, there's a two-state solution. There's a two-state recognition, both from the Palestine Authority, that includes the entirety of the member organization of the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO, that includes Fatah and other subordinate type of organizations. The United Nations and the people of Palestine have said to South Africa, amidst the genocide, advance the nobility of the two-state solution. We do that, Chair, by being really the champion of the Palestine cause in the global, in this current global world. And it's one of the important issues. But the second issue, Chair, remember, honorable members, we prosecute the struggle as part of the struggle of self-determination of the Palestine people. We are not leading the Palestine struggle. What the Palestine people have said is that continue to aggressively advocate, use all means and at your disposal in terms of your diplomatic repository to ensure we achieve the two-state solution. The derecognition from the South African government, for example, of the state of Israel, will be an antithesis to that roll call from the Palestine people, Chairperson. What we do as a state party in relation to the Rome Statute, as a state party to the Rome Statute, Chairperson, we are taking the genocidal conduct of the state of Israel to task. We took it to the ICC, we took it to the ICJ. And I thought that is a key and critical issue. As we speak, honorable members, we have no fundamental diplomatic relations with the state of Israel.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked.
Chair, order. Can the deputy minister
Honorable
answer
no,
specifically
Honorable
when
Mkhalipi,
are
I
we
have
closing
not-
down the embassy
Honorable
of Israel as
Mkhalipi-
per the resolution of this house?
Honorable Mkhalipi, I have not recognized you. Yes, and I was recognizing Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, you can give to the whip.
Honorable Mkhalipi.
It's no protocol, Chair.
No, there's no
Order.
knowing protocol
Order,
here.
Chair, order. We have asked specifically, as per the resolution of this house, why is taking too long to close the embassy of Israel? We took a resolution in this house. Is the resolution of this house, Deputy Minister?
No, Honorable Member.
No,
Honorable
we've been speaking
Mkhalipi.
about this matter for more than
Honorable
a year now.
Mkhalipi. Honorable Mkhalipi, I think the Deputy Minister did allude to that matter. And it's, no, that is a point of debate. And the Deputy Speaker who was here, she has been raising one and the same thing, that if you want to debate further, you can do that. But once the Deputy Minister has responded to that question, he has responded to that question. Honorable members, we are not going to continue with a point of orders on this because the Deputy Minister did respond to that issue. So we are continuing with the business of the House, unless it is a different one. Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, thank you. The question was how long before South Africa
Honorable
implements
Mhlongo, I
this
did say
parliament
that we are not going
resolution
to continue
cut
with
all
that.
diplomatic ties and close the
Honorable
Israeli
Mhlongo.
embassy. That was the question, and the question was not answered. The deputy minister is sitting here. Ask him if he has answered that question, and if not, allow him time to answer that question.
No,
That's
the
what
Deputy
you're asking
Minister
for.
did answer the
question was answered.
I am not
Take
going.
it.
No.
The question
Honorable
was
Mhlongo.
answered twice.
Honorable Mhlongo. No. No. I am not going to allow, no, honorable members, I'm not going to allow any further engagement on this question. And if it is a point of order on this main question, because I have alluded that the Deputy Minister has responded to the question, and I'm making a decision that we are moving on from this point, and we are not going to go back to that question again. Honorable Mkhalipi.
Chair, we have also engaged on different platforms with you included. Don't protect ministers and deputy ministers. Don't be a stumbling block. We have resolved, if you want the executive to be accountable, allow them to answer questions. But what you are doing now, we are blocking members of parliament to be able to ask direct questions and get direct answers. Don't do that, Chair, because you are frustrating this house and you are rendering this house very irrelevant by not allowing ministers to answer questions. We have been there with you, Chair. Please don't occupy that position and forget your own decision.
Honorable Mkhalipi, Honorable Mkhalipi, and all honorable members, I will address these ones. It is not fair that ministers come here, respond to questions, and they respond to questions according to the information they have of departments. And you come here, you with your own conclusion on how you want ministers to respond. That is not how we run. And Honorable Mkhalipi, on what you are saying, we've engaged on this. And yes, it is true. But the minister did not come here and say, I do not know. The deputy minister did respond. So we are moving on from that question. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Thring.
House Chair, my hand have been up for a while and I didn't want to interrupt you.
Continue, Honorable Tlangwini.
Thank you, House Chair. I think it's quite unfair that once ministers, they just say "Nywe" and then say, I've answered. And that is an answer. We're going to take that as an answer. Many of us here, we know what answer is he meant to give and is running around with the answers. And we have said on many platforms that these ministers come here, they don't answer the questions. And this process of this house is turning into a mockery if you as the chairperson sitting on that chair are not upholding also on the other side, members of parliament to hold the executive to account. Because we can't have ministers that just come and say, "Nywe," and then I've answered. And then we as members of parliament, we don't feel satisfied that our questions are have been answered. Because we have said it several times, we take our time to get these questions from our
Honorable Tlangwini.
constituencies. And then
Honorable
these ministers
Tlangwini.
don't come and answer.
Honorable Tlangwini.
A person just come and say, "Nywe,"
Honorable
and I've
Tlangwini.
answered. What is this?
Honorable Tlangwini. You are
Honorable-
abusing us now because I have been calling you and I did say that the deputy minister did respond to the question and we are moving on from that. And I'm not going to take any further more hands with
No.
regards to that.
I'm going to have to call
Honorable
you
House Chair.
Please take.
Honorable House
Chair.
Chair, I'm on the line.
House Chair, I'm going to have to call you to order because you have made a ruling and yet you entertain.
No, Honorable Ntangwe, I wouldn't have, no, Honorable Member, I wouldn't have just assumed to know what Honorable Tlangwini was rising on. So I had to give her an opportunity to speak. And when I heard that she's still going back to that issue, that is when I stopped. So there is absolutely no need for that. I must give each and every member of this house an opportunity. They do have that right to raise a point of orders. But if I've made a ruling and a member raises another hand, I can't assume that they are raising a matter on the same issue. So we are moving on from that. Thank you. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I'm calling a point of
I'm
order
online.
on that
Honorable
man of
Gobeni.
PA. They went to
No,
Israel
Honorable
to steal wrong Israeli people
Honorable
money that they've got now money, blood money in their hands, and they come here and
Honorable
irritate us
Mhlongo.
and try to stop us when we question the issue of
IT, please
Palestine.
switch off
Because they are
Honorable
protecting
Mhlongo's
Israel.
mic.
They stole money in Israel and then they come here.
Order.
Then I
Order.
want to know what
Order,
happened to
member.
VBS.
Honorable House
Chairperson, she
Chair.
must not
Honorable
come and say
members
we
on
have
the
blood
virtual
money here.
platform.
What blood money?
Honorable members on the
Chair,
virtual platform.
My hands have been up.
Honorable
You
for
have
House
not
Chair.
been
Can I be
recognized.
recognized, Chair?
Honorable members on the virtual platform. No one has recognized you. The only member I recognize is Honorable Tlangwini.
Can I
And
be
we are moving
recognized,
on
Chair?
from this. No, we are moving on from this. I'm now taking the last supplementary question and giving to Honorable 3.
Chair, can I be recognized, Chair?
Honorable member, I've not recognized you, so please. I've given Honorable 3 an opportunity to ask a question.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Please proceed, Honorable 3.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the ACDP is saddened by the loss of lives in Israel and Gaza. We understand that the current war began on the 7th of October, 2023, when Hamas invaded Israel, resulting in the barbaric massacre of more than 1,200 people and taking 250...
Honorable members, Honorable 3, please. Honorable members, can we not howl up until we drown the speaker? Because the deputy minister must listen to the question so that he will be able to respond. When the deputy minister does not respond again, it will be you again, honorable members, who are saying the deputy minister did not respond to the question. Can we give an opportunity to Honorable Tring to ask his question? He has a right as well. He's a member of this house. So whatever question he wants to ask, according to this question, as a follow-up, he has a right to do so. Can we please provide him with such? Continue, Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I was saying, when Hamas invaded Israel, it resulted in the barbaric massacre of more than 1,200 people, not only Jews, but people from around the world, and taking some 250 hostages. This is the largest calculated mass murder of Jews in a single day since the Holocaust, with 50 hostages still being held. The ACDP notes that the ICJ did not find that either genocide or plausible genocide had been committed, but that Palestinians had a plausible right to be protected from genocide. It did emphasize that all parties in the conflict in Gaza are bound by international humanitarian law and call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages by Hamas. Now, Minister, in view of this and South Africa's non-aligned diplomatic policy, what is the South African government doing to assist with a ceasefire, including the release of the remaining hostages held in the most appalling conditions in violation of international law? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, Honorable Chairperson,
Honorable members, can we give an opportunity to the Deputy Minister to respond? I'm sure Honorable Tring would really love to hear what the Deputy Minister will say.
They must just take the money of Israel back and then they will speak then.
Honorable Musala. IT, please switch off the mic of Honorable Musala.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Tring.
Chair, there have been aspersions that have been cast on the ACDP as taking money. I'd like to make it very clear. I stand publicly in this House saying that the ACDP did not take a cent, 1 cent, from any particular group in relation to this incident. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Tring, it's fine. I thought maybe you would have wanted us to make a ruling on that. I did not quite hear what would other honorable members would have said, but then we'll continue. Honorable Ngobeni on the virtual platform.
No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to call your attention to, while you're presiding over the physical house, please also try to preside over the virtual house, because our hands have been raised for quite some time. What I want to just get, Chair, is whether NUE is parliamentary. If you could please rule on that so we know what to do going forward. Thank you.
Sorry, Honorable, you said what is parliamentary?
The term NUE, is that parliamentary or not?
We'll come back. We'll have to come back to that one because I didn't hear anyone saying NUE or something. I don't even know
it's parliamentary
the term. But we'll come back to that, Honorable Ngobeni.
It's parliamentary.
Honorable Nchabeleng.
Visual ban.
Honorable Nchabeleng.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Just a point of order. I think the question is misleading. Hamas and Palestinians did not invade Israel.
No,
you cannot invade an
that's a point
invader,
of
Chair.
debate.
So
Honorable
that's a
Nchabeleng.
point. Yes, let's open the debate.
No, Honorable Nchabeleng, we're not opening up a debate. I'm going to give an opportunity to the Deputy Minister to respond. And there is absolutely no need for you to respond on behalf of the Deputy Minister. So it's a point of debate. Please, you are out of order. But the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we should correct the issue that there's a occupying force, which is the State of Israel. State of Israel, since 1948, during the Nakba catastrophe, occupied the land of the Palestine people. So there's an occupied people. The occupied people, honorable member, is the people of Palestine. So that's the first issue. Secondly, I think as a organization that subscribes to Christian philosophy, we can't be saddened when more than 64,000 innocent women, children has been killed. We must actually be disturbed. That is my second intervention. The third intervention, Chair, you would recall President Ramaphosa participated in the Peace Summit as anchored by the Egyptian leadership and the Arab League, where we have definitively made our voice known in relation to what needs to be done, cessation of hostilities, return of the hostages, the issue about two-state solution, self-determination, etc. We have made our views known. We support the current discussions with Qatar and Egypt as it relates to a peace agreement with Hamas. You will also recall, member, that our relationship is with the Palestine Authority bilaterally as South Africa. And I think lastly, Chairperson, maybe I must just say that The problem in Gaza, you get a child that gets born today in Gaza. Before they get issued with a birth certificate, they get issued with a death certificate. That is the consequence of an expanded genocide that are taking place. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are moving to question 895 that has been asked by Honorable N.E. Mtolo to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is given that his department has an agreement with the SA Revenue Service and the Banking Association South Africa to digitize immigration and banking services. How far has the specified process been rolled out in the rural areas and townships to ensure that persons may access Home Affairs services in their proximity? The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and to the Honourable Member for this question. The Department's collaboration with SARS and the banking industry is enabling the extension of Home Affairs services into rural areas and townships across the length and breadth of our country. It is, in fact, in my view, the most pro-poor and most pro-inclusion reform that Home Affairs has seen in many years. By converting the existing partnership, which has seen Home Affairs services rendered in 30 bank branches since 2016, most of those located in urban areas, into a fully fledged digital partnership that uses the existing integration that exists between banks and the department through the recently upgraded online verification service, we are able to introduce services at hundreds more bank service points in communities where Home Affairs currently does not have branches, or where these branches are not modernized and therefore unable to issue smart IDs, or where our branches are under particular strain. This ensures that citizens in rural and township areas, as well as urban areas where there is huge pressure on Home Affairs offices, will benefit from a major expansion in access to smart IDs, passports, and eventually other services, and no longer having to travel great distances to a particular Home Affairs office. Additionally, the department will be introducing the option of home deliveries to reduce the need for multiple visits and roll out smart ID and passport services on banking apps, which are already used by millions of South Africans in urban and rural areas. Agreements have been updated with 8 banks, with one outstanding agreement still being finalized. Once completed, the phased rollout will prioritize rural and township branches as part of the department's service expansion. Taken together, this digital-first reform will cut queues and enhance access to Home Affairs services on an unprecedented scale. By bringing services closer to where people live than ever before, we are bringing to life our vision of using digital transformation to deliver Home Affairs at home. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Minister, we note that the department is working on moving service online to make them faster and closer to the people. In May 2024, President Ramaphosa launched Home Affairs mobile truck in Mokopane, Limpopo, to bring services to community. To bring services to community, will the online services, President Ramaphosa launched Home Affairs mobile trucks in Mokopane, Limpopo to bring services to community services. Will the online services replace these mobile trucks, or will two together? And if they work together, how will this be done to make sure mobile trucks do not go waste? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. No, this will be a process of addition and supplementing the existing services. The ultimate goal we have here, Honourable Chair and Honourable Mtolo, is to make sure that Home Affairs in its entirety becomes a much more mobile organization. So there are over 200 of those mobile trucks in the field that are traveling to service communities who do not currently have access to Home Affairs services. But it is not nearly enough for a country of our size. Just to give the House a sense, Home Affairs has 349 permanent offices currently, but 101 of them are not modernized, which means you can't get a smart ID there, for example. That's still producing the green ID book, which we know is very vulnerable to fraud and which we want to do away with. So we have to massively increase the footprint of Home Affairs services through things like mobile trucks, but also going much further to make sure we have permanent presence not only in bank branches, but also on people's smartphones, so that you don't have to leave your house ultimately to access these services where there is connectivity. But what this process will enable us to do, Chair, is eventually to make Home Affairs much more mobile so that we don't have to sit at offices and wait for clients to come to us, but go into communities, particularly rural communities, and systematically document South African citizens who have never been documented. This is a very serious thing that I feel very strongly about, members, because in our history, there are South Africans who were literally legally prevented from being documented as South Africans. We have not systematically over the last 30 years documented all of them. And now is the time for us to make sure that we get routine transactions like renewals of smart IDs or passports out of our queues and turn Home Affairs into a much more mobile organization that's able to go deep into communities and systematically document every South African. That's the end goal we can achieve if we roll out these routine services to many more locations in bank branches and on
Honorable
digital
Minister,
apps. Thank you.
your time is expired. Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable A.C. Roos.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, Home Affairs' pilot project to offer smart ID and passport applications in bank branches has existed for 8 years before your term commenced. However, since 2016, just 30 bank branches were offering smart ID and passport services, almost exclusively in urban areas. And so the DA welcomes your urgency to expand this service to poor South Africans outside of urban areas. Minister, how have you managed to resolve the roadblocks that kept the bank branches offering smart ID and passport services small and concentrated in urban areas to the massive increase in branches and reach to rural and township areas we see under your leadership?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member. So as I mentioned, we still have 18 million green ID books in circulation, Honourable Members. That's compared to about 25 million smart IDs. And in order to close the challenges with identity theft and fraud in the financial sector that we experience because of the insecure green ID, we really need to empower South Africans to be able to replace the green ID book. So when I came into office, this was one of the first things we had to understand. Why are we still producing the green ID? Why aren't we able to actually move away from it? And the answer was indeed that the partnership with the banking sector was a very good one, but that it had taken a very manual approach. In other words, it was not leveraging technology. Home Affairs was going into bank branches and setting up parallel structures, buying its own smart fingerprint scanners and cameras when the bank already has these, and critically, when the banking sector is already directly integrated with Home Affairs since 2013 through the online verification service that I mentioned. So what we are now doing is to piggyback on that existing integration to make sure we can actually use those digital pipes that exist already between Home Affairs and banks to make sure that we can get those services from the existing 30 branches to hundreds of bank branches and ultimately to more than 1,000 bank branches across South Africa. If we can get that right, we can use those same digital pipes to also go onto your digital banking app. So it really is, Honourable Member, the perspective that embraces technology and innovation that has enabled us to reform this partnership, to build on it, and to make sure we have massive expansion through digital transformation.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honourable S. Ngubane.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, the National Development Plan, NDP, on Chapter 13 speaks about building a capable and developmental state. it is explicit that South Africa must build the capacity of the state to deliver services, a capable state, especially in strategic areas like home affairs and others. Yet, instead of strengthening internal capacity through internal digitization of home affairs, the minister is outsourcing digitization to big corporates like entities that belong to Spaza and SARS, effectively handing over core state functions to white monopoly capital interest. Why is he working with the white monopoly capital companies in direct contradiction to the NDP's vision of a capable and developmental state?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate firstly, of course, that the South African Revenue Service is a component of the state. But I think more broadly, Honourable Chair, let me indicate that the definition of an incapable state would be one that is paper-based, that uses manual processes, that does not roll out modern technology, including with the smart ID that we already have to all citizens, and that this is the deficit that we are addressing. If we want a capable state in the year 2025, honourable members, we must embrace technology. The irony is that if I told any of you to go and you could only access your banking services through cash in a physical bank branch, it would be like going back in time, because the reality is that online services, digital penetration in South Africa is a massive opportunity, not only to modernize the state, but also to embrace the digital economy. So what we are doing effectively is to catch up with where the world is in the year 2025, and we are doing so through this existing partnership and through the existing integration that already characterizes this partnership between Home Affairs and the financial sector. So at the end of the day, a government that is able to roll out digital ID, where you can go on your phone to order a new smart ID, and where ultimately you may not even need any kind of physical document because you have a digital ID that has all your birth certificates. You can verify your identity through that particular application. That is what a capable state looks like. And we are working with South Africans across the board, in government, outside government, to leverage technical expertise and make sure that we deliver for the people of South Africa so that they don't have to go and stand in a queue or fill in a piece of paper. That's an incapable state. We're moving away from that towards a capable state. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honourable P.A. van Staden.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, regarding the agreements with South African banking services to expand digital banking partnerships in assisting with the issuing of smart ID cards and passports, can the Minister indicate to this House if all financial institutions, like all our commercial banks, are on board with this program? Details can be provided how the issuing of smart ID cards and passports will be done through these institutions, and if other institutions in the private sector will also be involved in this program in the near future, such as big supermarket chain stores and the fast-moving consumer goods retailers. I thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated in my original answer, there are 8 banks that have already signed up to this partnership, and there's one more agreement that's being finalized. I think the intention is correct from the Honourable Member to ask how can we expand this to the maximum extent possible, but we are very mindful of security and we are very mindful of technical capacity. So that's why we are starting with the banking sector, where the online verification service, so when you go into a bank and you look into a camera or you put your fingerprints on a scanner to open a bank account, that is verified against Home Affairs, and that has been the case since 2013. So we have a high level of confidence in that system. We've recently upgraded it as well, and that is something that is not new. It has been a backbone, actually, that's been there all along. So we are starting with the space where there's existing agreements, where we know that there's capacity to implement this successfully, because these institutions use that online verification service every day, thousands of verifications done with Home Affairs. So we are not in principle opposed to looking at other ways to expand, but I think we have to take it one step at a time. So what we are hoping for, just to give members a more concrete sense, is that really within the next few months, you will in your community start seeing your local bank branches rolling out the service. You'll be able to walk into that branch. In many cases, you now find bank branches with terminals where you'll be able to punch in your ID number, verify your face against the Home Affairs database, and using that as the security feature, you can then order the documents that you require. So at the end of the day, members, Home Affairs controls this pipeline. We are the back door, essentially, that will only enable you to use this service if your biometrics match our records. And we're using the integration we already have with the banks to bring the front door to many more locations.
Honorable Minister, we lost you there for a second, but your time has expired. We lost you, but I'm sure when you come back again, maybe you will then finish off on that one. Honorable members, we're moving to question number 935, which has been asked by Honorable I. Cameroon to the Acting Minister of Police. The question is with reference to the assassination in August 2021 of Ms. Mabita Diokaran after she had flagged 850 million of dubious spending at Tembisa Hospital. What are the reasons for the delay in the progress of the case, as 4 years later only the gunmen sit in prison while the syndicate leaders and political masterminds remain untouched, and that the Hawks have never been held to account for ignoring evidence that could have broken the case open, including evidence in a laptop and phone that they seized but failed to examine? The Honorable Acting Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you to the member for this important question. Since my appointment, I have been informed that the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation, the DPCI, is prioritizing the investigation of the murder in consultation with appointed prosecutors. The investigating team is following multiple leads in the case, and the investigation is ongoing. I have been advised that the team is pursuing all available evidence related to this case, and each piece of evidence is being treated with the utmost care. The evidence includes forensic investigations on laptops and cell phones of individuals linked to the case. I have been informed that no evidence was ignored by the investigating team. My office will continue to monitor the case. I am aware of the writing of Mr. Jeff Wicks on this matter and the worrying assertions he has made. I'm also alarmed by the apparently rising trend of assassination of many whistleblowers this year, including Pamela Pamini in the Amotso trafficking and rape case on the 7th of March this year, Ilona Sombulula, a prosecutor in the Eastern Cape on the 29th of April 2025, Mpho Mafole, Chief Auditor in Ekurhuleni on the 30th of June 2025. He is the second auditor to be murdered in 2 years. Tracy Brown, a prosecutor in Quebec, on the 31st of July, and Bar van Niekerk, most recently an insolvency lawyer, shot dead on the 5th of September. I have directed the National Commissioner to monitor these assassination of whistleblowers, public officials, including councillors, after a submission received from Premier Lesufi, to monitor these cases and to keep my office informed. Clearly, these vicious killings are not isolated events. This is yet more evidence of a growing problem of organized, syndicated crime, often aimed at covering up corruption, as was the case with the murder of Babita Deokaran.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, Acting Minister. The first supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Cameron.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, the DPCI.
Honourable Cameron, just hold on for a moment. Honourable members on the virtual platform, if you're not recognized, please remain muted.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Mtaung, please mute yourself. Honourable Cameron, continue.
Thank you, Chair. The DPCI has faced significant capacity constraints since its establishment, essentially fighting with their hands tied behind their backs. When will the Directorate be fully capacitated in terms of personnel and specialized equipment? And too often, foot soldiers are arrested while the kingpins ordering these assassinations walk free. Minister, do you agree with this position? And if so, how can this be addressed? Thank you.
The Honourable Acting Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer and Honourable Cameron. Yes, indeed, you are absolutely correct. The DPCI is an important investigative structure. Its capacity is not where it should be at this point, although it does have important capabilities. Building this capacity is going to be one of my priorities, precisely because, as I've indicated on numerous occasions, organized crime is a growing problem. I believe that the DPCI should be focused on organized crime. It has multiple mandates at the moment. I am, as you are probably aware, in agreement with the recommendations made by the Anti-Corruption Council, which I had the privilege to chair recently, until recently, and its recommendations include focusing the DPCI on organized crime. But obviously, this is a matter that will have to be under consideration in the JCPS cluster and the cabinet. But thank you for your question.
Thank you. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Klute.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the light of the response provided, what steps has the Minister taken to ensure that the Hawks are being held to account for the initial failure to act on key evidence and follow up on the financial and procurement irregularities flagged? Thank you.
Honourable Acting Minister.
Honourable Klute, as I indicated in the reply, based on information that the DPCI provided for the purposes of replying to the question asked by Mr. Cameron, they've indicated that the investigation is ongoing and that they are investigating the matter rigorously. In my reply, I also indicated that there are opinions in public, also published opinions, which call this into question, which is why I made reference to Mr. Wicks's writings, which I am familiar with. And I'm certainly putting these questions to the Hawks. I am unaware of specific instances in this regard of procurement irregularities in the DPCI, which is a separate matter. But if you care to bring them to my attention, I will certainly take the matter forward. You might, as you are aware, I assume these kinds of matters are indeed investigated by IPID, which is also a structure that falls broadly speaking within my ambit. I hope that does answer your question.
Thank you. The third supplementary question has been allocated to the Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Chair. Will the acting minister commit to quarterly public updates on high-profile corruption-linked assassinations, starting with Babita's case? Thanks.
Honorable Acting Minister.
Honorable Hendricks, I take the spirit of your question to be a concern which I fully share, that we've had numerous such assassinations. I pointed out in my reply to Mr. Cameron's question that we see a rising trend, which is why I made reference to a number of assassinations this year. I share your sentiment that what is important is that these matters are properly investigated, that the perpetrators are prosecuted, that families are communicated with, and that the police are publicly accountable on these matters. Whether they are going to be in a position to meet that standard is, for the time being, in question. I have raised this matter with the National Commissioner in writing and asked him for regular updates. And I will certainly be more than willing to share information with members of Parliament. Of course, subject to one caveat, perhaps, is that where there are ongoing investigations, it would be irresponsible for me to share information which compromises the investigations. But I fully accept the spirit in which you're asking this question on an important matter concerning the accountability of the police for results in such matters. And if I'm able to report positive results to the House, that will be of interest. And if I'm unable to, we will be able to draw the right conclusions. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you. The last supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Beasley.
Honourable House Chair, I'll be handling Honourable Beasley's follow-up question.
You're welcome to proceed, Honourable
It is
Parole.
now shamefully 2 weeks after the 4th anniversary of the assassination of Babita Deokara. 4 years, 2 weeks. We see some progress with the asset attachment of an individual allegedly involved in the Tembisa Hospital corruption, who is incidentally related to President Ramaphosa. The hapless handling of this investigation by the DPCI reminds me of what the ANC chairperson, Minister Mantashe, recently told the thousands of ANC councillors who gathered for their recent roll call parade, when he said, and I quote, "You're all singing councillors, but when it comes to capacity, dololo," close quote. Was the ignoring or avoidance of examining and using? I need some protection, Chair.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Trolle, please continue.
Was the ignoring or avoidance or examining and using of the material and incriminating evidence done by default or by design? When can we expect some arrests, Honourable Acting Minister?
Acting Minister.
Honourable Member, I have given an answer to the best of my abilities within the information I have at my disposal. I share your outrage, really, on this matter, since I think the public, the family and the public have a right to expect a conclusion of this matter. Until then, justice would not have been done. Otherwise, I do not think that the aspersions that you cast on the president is warranted, but you're clearly entitled to take the opportunity to be as partisan as you need to be.
Honourable members, question number 903 has been asked by the Honourable Mohammed to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is about the total number of Israeli nationals who entered the Republic in the past 5 years and whether they were granted permanent residency or citizenship. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Honourable Member for the question. Let me just indicate that this question is very similar to the first one I dealt with, so my apologies if there's some duplication. Allow me to indicate, Chair, that over the past 5 years, a total of 50,399,471 foreign nationals visited South Africa. Out of that total, 70,881 were from Israel, representing 0.14% of total arrivals. Furthermore, over the past 5 years, a total of 60,140 applications for permanent residence were received by Home Affairs. Out of that total, 44 were granted to applicants from Israel, representing 0.073% of the total. I can also indicate that in 2024, 11 permanent residency applications were granted, and in 2025 so far, just 1. Thank you, Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mohammed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I be seated?
Please remain seated, yes.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, it is important to distinguish between the actions of a foreign governments abroad and the lawful activities of individuals seeking to invest or settle here. Traditional colonization involved direct occupation. But today, colonization has evolved. It is subtler, often operating through mechanisms of economic control, foreign investment, and influence over key sectors. By inviting foreign investors into South Africa, we are in fact inviting money, and with money obviously comes influence, and with influence comes potential control. This is not a hypothetical risk. Globally, we have seen how unchecked foreign influence can shape domestic outcomes, whether economically, socially, or politically. America, for example, did not anticipate the security risk post 9/11 and only implemented heavy restrictions after. Minister, the signs are visible, yet it is unclear whether we are prepared to act in time. And also, Minister, opposing neocolonialism is not anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honourable Mohammed. I'm not really sure what to say. There's one permanent residency application that's been granted in 2025. So I don't know if the suggestion is that one person is going to colonize a country of 62 million. I think more broadly, though, we have been very clear that South Africa's #1 problem is the unemployment rate in our country. And that if we don't address South Africa's 33% unemployment rate, we are sitting on a crisis, and it is really all hands on deck. And so, as I indicated in the first question, Chair, and again, apologies for the duplication, Home Affairs is really serious about our role as an economic enabler. South Africa is underperforming on various economic metrics, and if we want to boost that, we have to attract investment on a wider scale. And so I think if we look at the developments across the world, that has gotten much harder than it was even a year ago. And for that reason, I don't subscribe to the notion that South Africa should join the chorus of isolationism around the world. We are a small, open economy that is deeply integrated into the rest of the world. And I think if we play our role correctly by implementing the necessary reforms to become an attractive investment for destination for investment more generally, then I think we stand to benefit from that economically. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question has been allocated to the Honourable Modise Mpia.
Thank you, House Chair. I will take the question.
Welcome.
I'm trying to check, Minister, whether is there any preference given to citizens of other countries in acquiring permanent residence or citizenship in South Africa, in particular, including Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think you would be hard-pressed to argue that there is preference given in terms of permanent residency permits if a country has gotten only 0.007% of all the permanent residency applications that have been granted. That is the share of PRs that have gone to citizens of Israel in 2025 so far, just one person. So I think that that is just simply an unsustainable notion. I think more broadly, the answer is very simple, that everyone must comply with the same rules for permanent residency applications, and that Home Affairs is working to make sure we bring less discretion, actually. This is the key point, Honourable Member, that we want less human discretion. We don't want a person to judge an application on the basis of what they think is right on some kind of subjective level, based on what they want. We want to use technology to bring objectivity to that particular process. And again, as I said in the first question, that is where the electronic travel authorization really is the future for us. Members will start seeing that in action within the next few weeks. And ultimately, if we can succeed in our goal to use technology to help us remove fraud, corruption, and the kind of human discretion that could favor certain people over others, we will have a much more secure and objective system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Mogale, you may ask the third supplementary question.
The SG will take it, Chair.
Thank you. We have members, but Honourable Member, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, given the gravity of human rights violation perpetrated by Israel against Palestinians in Gaza, and also considering the fact that South Africa has taken Israel to the International Court of Justice for the court to declare the actions of Israel to be genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. And more recently, considering that the United Nations has declared that Israel is engaged in an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, are you aware, Minister, of any South African citizens who are members of the Israel Defense Force? What is the position of your department of South Africans who are part of the IDF and actively involved in the ethnic cleansing project of the Israel against Palestinians in Gaza? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not aware of any such case, but there are provisions within the Citizenship Act regarding this kind of issue. The important question usually revolves around whether people have dual citizenship or not. In other words, there are very clear provisions around statelessness, and that the deprivation of someone's citizenship, for example, on the basis of engagements in conflicts on behalf of other states, is judged on that basis as well. And that's a really complex matter to look into. But certainly there are provisions around these kind of issues, and where we can meet the legal threshold, we can obviously look into anyone that may be involved in contravention of any of South Africa's laws. But I do want to indicate to honourable members that it is never quite as straightforward as it seems. And I think it's important that as the Department of Home Affairs, there's been a real focus on reducing the costs of litigation and making sure that we abide by the rule of law in everything that we do. And I think that is really where the guiding light for us would be. But in terms of the specific question, no. But if there are facts to the contrary, we can always take a look. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable String.
Thank you, Chair. As we consider this question, one cannot but help conclude that it has a selective focus with possible racist overtones and for possible nefarious reasons. The reason I say this is because we have not heard of similar parliamentary questions about nationals from China, Pakistan, Russia, Iran, Somalia, or the USA, for example.
Order, honourable members.
But it must be noted that around the world, racist, anti-Semitic attacks have increased exponentially. Not because those targeted have participated in the Israeli-Gaza conflict, but simply because they are Jews. Now, with that said, Minister, how does your department balance legitimate immigration oversight with South Africa's constitutional commitment to non-discrimination, human
Thank you,
dignity,
Honourable Thring.
and the growth of our economy?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to Honourable Thring for the question. I think the answer is similar to what I said earlier, that it is the rule of law that ultimately has to guide any and all decisions. And as tempting as it may be for people to try and weaponize immigration law for political purposes, I think we've been clear under the GNU that we will not entertain anything like that. And so I have to indicate, Chair, that it's quite ironic sometimes how from across the political spectrum, people seek to use immigration law to pursue particular political outcomes. And I often get requests from one side targeting the other, and then from the other side targeting the one side, trying to see if there's some way that they can get at a particular political opponent through the mechanisms of immigration and citizenship. And I want to assure the House that we do not entertain any of that. We regard our role as one anchored clearly in the Constitution and the rule of law. And as I said, that is why we do not shy away from the complexities. These are often not straightforward cases, as some people would like to claim. And so we try to bring that level of objectivity by anchoring our decisions in what the Constitution, the rule of law, and legal advice would indicate. So at the end of the day, we want more objectivity, not less. And I think that is where the focus on using advanced technology like machine learning and AI is going to assist us in making sure we stick to the facts of any particular case and ensure that there is absolutely no discrimination in terms of South Africa's immigration processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 896 has been asked by the Honourable Tsotsetsi to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is preambled by an observation that the Minister in the past months has engaged in court oversight visits throughout the Republic to assess operations with the intention of ensuring that the courts are adequately resourced to deliver quality justice services to the public. Question is then what observations the Minister has made during her specified oversight visits and which measures will be implemented at courts where challenges have been encountered. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson and honourable members. As part of efforts to strengthen access to justice, I conducted oversight visits to various courts across the country. These visits included, amongst others, Tembisa, New Brighton, Palm Ridge, Kempton Park, Randburg, and Polokwane High Court. I'm grateful for the observations made during the course of the visits. The men and women who wake up daily to ensure that access to courts and access to justice is a lived experience for many million South Africans. This includes staff employed by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the NPA, Legal Aid South Africa, private attorneys and NGOs, and members of the judiciary who are working hard to ensure that the courts are working on a daily basis. We certainly value their commitments as this demonstrates a justice system which seeks to serve the public. These visits identified several court-specific challenges, positives that impact service delivery and the efficient functioning of the court. Key issues include infrastructure challenges, safety and security, human resource capacity, tools and trade, and other operational matters which were observed. In some courts, there were no major issues identified, which includes the Randburg Magistrate Courts, amongst others. The other positive observations include the services offered by the Small Claims Court, which often sits after hours. The small claim courts are vital to the millions of people to seek for help on matters up to the value of 20,000. The process is simple and does not require legal representation, wherein the parties appear before a commissioner who would make ruling, which is often quick in resolving matters speedily. We again thank the commissioners who are making themselves available without any remuneration, and clerks who are at all times available in making this possible. Measures identified to deal with challenges includes, amongst others, responding to the challenges of the ICT in terms of availability of records, and also in the process of ensuring that we can be able to respond to the recording systems that are needed. The safety and security, we've done a quantification across the country because we have recognized that this is now becoming a core competency that we've got to do to protect our people who are working within the justice system. And in partnership with the Minister of Police, we will be escalating in areas where there's still weaknesses. In the infrastructure, we have identified immediate needs, which are fixed, the things that needs to be fixed. One of the areas that we're looking at is to look at perhaps even insourcing some of the people and getting people who can do basic things in terms of maintenance and then outsource for major issues. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Tsotsetsi.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'm glad that the observations that you have made is identical to the observations that we would have made as the component of parliament with the committee and individual members of parliament, which would largely speak to the infrastructural problems that can be apportioned to the incompetency of public works, the question of the emails that are not always working, which can also be attributed to the problems of CETA, as well as the problems of or the delayed implementation of the updated record systems of the court. Now, what in your view, Minister, is the reasonable time frame that you think you would need as the department in order for you to adequately attend to all these issues as they are immediate, as they are urgently needed to deliver services to the people of this country? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Firstly, in relation to infrastructure, we have had an engagement with Public Works, Minister and the team. They have assured us that they've put together panels that will be able to turn around their performance in terms of implementation, and I'm comfortable that this will be done. In some of the areas where we've had courts being closed down on the basis that the buildings have been non-compliant, they've been able to work together with the Department of Labor to get them to work. With CETA, we have agreed, and we welcome the initiative by the CETA, the Minister, where they are also providing regulations so that they can be an opting out of CETA where there are challenges, because some of the issues that we are experiencing are quite dire and do hamper on the availability of the service and also in terms of access to justice. So there are various mechanisms in partnership with the two departments that you've mentioned, Honorable Member, that will be able to assist us. But furthermore, Minister of Finance also, because we had to deal with the matters of courts together with the, all our other departments, where we were also meeting with the judiciary, with the president. And part of the issue is the financing of it. So Minister of Finance has also committed to availing resources, because when we looked at what court infrastructure is needing, we currently have been allocated 400 million out of the 1.6 billion that is needed to be able to build new courts and also to be able to expand. We have not been able to build any new court in the last 5 years because of resources. So those are being attended to. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you. The second follow-up is to be asked by the Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Minister, as a result of these oversight visits, you must now be aware that there is a chronic shortage of qualified interpreters in the great majority of courts. What measures have you put in place to ensure that courts countrywide have sufficient interpreters to provide a proper service to ensure that court roles are not disrupted and that citizens have proper access to justice?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we had a difficulty with the number of court interpreters. I can assure Honourable Member that we are now working on even a graduation ceremony in the coming few weeks where we will be graduating court interpreters that will assist us in filling up the vacancies. But more so as well, we're hoping that as we expand the work and we are working towards a single judiciary, we will be able to receive the resources, because quite a number of these interpreters are actually temporary workers. They do not have permanent job within the justice system, whereas they are actually a critical component of us being able to deliver justice. When a court interpreter is not available at court, court proceedings can't proceed. And therefore, that adds to court backlog. We have been able to identify the numbers. We do believe that what we have currently with those that are going to graduate in the coming 3 weeks that we are working on will be able to plug the gap that we exist currently. Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Honorable Nomvalo, you may ask a third supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, let me preface my question by saying that as the MK Party, our view is that the small claims court are not receiving adequate funding from the government, whereas predominantly they were designed to service the poor. In your observation during your oversight, do you agree with me if I say, based on the observations that we have made during oversight, would you agree with me if I say there is a need to give more financial support to small claims court in order to enhance their judicial capacity so that they can be able to adjudicate matters with credibility and integrity? Because the current status quo of allowing commissioners to act voluntarily or on a voluntary basis is not ideal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nomvano. Yes, we agree that currently we do need to expand. The current model was to test whether this will be a viable model, whether there will be many people who are actually utilizing them. And we found that they are quite popular, they are utilized, and they assist in resolving dispute for the most vulnerable, where people actually go to communities and take money and refuse to pay, for example, to the value of that we are saying. So yes, indeed, we are looking at mechanisms to be able to have commissioners who are full-time, but also in terms of the areas. That's why you'd have seen the Deputy Minister across launching these courts as part of expanding. Currently, there are a room or a courtroom within the current system of a court, which we do think that it does assist because of accessibility, but also in terms of the staff complement. Like we are doing with the tribunal, we have committed ourselves to responding to the tribunal issues, to the small claim court, but also to the land claim, land court, because those are the current ones that we've got to capacitate and expand capacity there. So we do agree with you in terms of full-time capacity in those areas.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ghana, you may ask the last of the supplementary questions.
Makhensa Msamaxitulu, holobye ni lava ku vutisa hi kuma ti-complaint to tala leti humaka ngopfu ka tikhoto ta le hansi eka magistrate level. Leti kombisaka ku ri no vachuchisi lava nga kona eka that level va kumeka va ri na ti-case to tala, and nkarhi wun'wanyana swi endla ku no ku dlina ku humesiwa a hi nge loko ku fanele ku opposiwa bail a yi fanele yi opposiwa a yi opposiwi, leyi n'wanyana a yi fanele yi nga opposiwi yi dlina yi opposiwa, yi endla ku ri no vanhu lava va fanele va nga yi exitokisini va dlina va yisiwa exitokisini. So ni lava ku twisisa ka n'wehe holobye ku ri no mi endla yini ku ri mi kota ku capacitate vachuchisi eka tikhoto ta le hansi ku ri va kota ku tirha va tirhela vaaki, na ku ri ku ya swigevenga leswi nga khomita milandzu ku va ku ri swona swi nghenaka ejele. Ni khensa swinene Msamaxitulu.
Honorable Minister.
Ni khensile holobye leswi mi nga swi vutisa. Ni rhandza ku ri ni sungula ni hlamusela tani. Magistrates le hansi loko va endla ntirho a yi vona va teka ku va initiate ku ri ku va na bail. Fanele investigating officer a tirhisana swin'we na prosecutor ku ri va languta ku ri nawu wa pfumela hi yini kana xana ku ri munhu a kuma bail kwalaho. Loko munhu i le ku ri now leswi a nga swi endla swi lava ku ri a nga kumi bail fanele va oppose bail but ku na swin'wanyana hi kona hi ku hi leswi lavaka ku ri hi cinca nawu lowu wa Criminal Procedure Act because loko hi languta nawu lowu hi kuma ku ri wa khale and wu endla ku ri na lava ni fanele va nga kumi bail kona i va nyika bail so hi leswi swi endlaka kun'wanyana hi kume ku ri hi tale swinene hi ti-magistrate leti ti actaku loko va acta a va swi koti ku ri va va na responsibility van'wanyana va endla swilo u kuma ku ri nkarhi lowu u lava ku ri u mu khoma ku ri a va ri accountable u kuma ku ri se a humile a nga ri ku acteni so hi leswi swi endlaka ku ri hi ya mahlweni ku ri hi swi kota ku ri va appointiwa full time and then
Honorable Minister, please just hold on for a moment. Honorable Mapfumari on the virtual platform, please remain muted. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you. Leswi swi vulaka ku ri minkarhi yo tala a hi tshame na ti-magistrate leti ti actaku loko va acta u kuma ku ri a yi swi koti ku va hold accountable because nkarhi lowu u kuma ku ri va nga endla swilo swo huma endleleni a va ha ri kona va tlhelele ka ntirho wa vona hi leswi xana sweswiwani hi nga teka decision ya ku ri i ta appointa permanent magistrate hi langute ku ri i ta appointa almost around 167 lembe leri so that va swi kota ku ri va endla ntirho but leswi va nga endlanga swona loko va nga endlanga swa kahle hi swi kota ku ri va khoma accountable na cancer.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 944 has been asked by the Honourable Muhlala to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is, what are the total number of prosecutors who were handling high-profile cases who have been killed in the past 5 years, and what concrete security measures has the Minister's Department put in place to safeguard the lives of prosecutors currently working on such cases? The Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister Kubai, are you still with us?
My apologies. Yes, I'm here, Honourable Chairperson. My apologies. I thought I was unmuted. I am here. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Mushala, for the question. The brutal killing of prosecutors is a heinous attack on the justice system and the rule of law and must be condemned by all law-abiding citizens. It undermines the fundamental principle of democracy and the administrative of justice. Prosecutors play a crucial role in upholding the law, seeking justice for victims, and holding perpetrators accountable. The impact of such killings is far-reaching. It erodes public trust in institutions of justice, intimidates legal professionals, and potentially deters them from pursuing cases. Those responsible for these attacks must be held accountable. I can confirm, Honourable Member, that in the last 5 years, we've had 5 prosecutors who were shot and killed, and namely Advocate Vukile Hontana, Western Cape, Advocate Sonwabo Boy, KZN, Advocate Nsikelelo McAllister, Elona Sombulula, Tracy Brown, from the 3 of them from Eastern Cape. Additionally, Advocate Aaron Raleigh-Jenner, who was based at the NPA head office, was brutally shot and killed at his home. May their souls continue to rest, and we are working around the clock to ensure that all of their cases, actually, their families can find justice, and also we can be able to give comfort to the other areas. I must indicate in the most recent incident relating to Ms. Tracy Brown, 2 suspects were arrested and appeared in court. What was really worrying about this case is that the hit was allegedly ordered by an inmate in a local correctional center that was related to a case she was handling. This is an intimidation on a prosecutor, but even in terms of the workers that are, we would continue to honor the courageous prosecutors who have done work. And that's why NPA has erected a wall of remembrance at their headquarters in Pretoria, which was unveiled in 2023, where their families were invited and continue to play their part. We have also recently called on the media to play their role in protecting the identity of prosecutors when they appear before court, in the advent of televised court proceedings, in order to bring justice to people. One of the unintended results is that prosecutors' faces and identities are shown while the faces of accused persons are hidden or protected from public view. Protecting the identity of prosecutors during a trial is important because it does ensure that we can be able to protect those prosecutors. This has been communicated to media, and many media houses are starting to respond positively. The NPA as well has put together in place various mechanisms to protect prosecutors. One of them is Prosecutor Security Close Protection Policy, where we do feel that if there's a threat, then the prosecutor is protected. The Security Coordination for High Risk and High Profile Cases and Awareness in all divisions to sensitize the prosecutors on the available mechanisms for them to be able to work and raise alarm where they feel unprotected. Case management database working together with SAPS and other state security measures to be able to protect and identify risk in terms of the cases that prosecutors are dealing with. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mohlala, you have the first opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's Honorable Mukwili on behalf of Honorable Mohlala. Minister, credible media reports confirm that the murder of two prosecutors that you just mentioned, Tracy Brown and Elona Sambulula, may their soul rest in peace. Recent report indicate that the killing of Tracy was planned from inside correctional facility by released Parole, allegedly playing a central role. It is not only that the Lusikisiki massacre was planned by incarcerated prisoners, and there are more similar cases. Has your department, in coordination with the correctional services, SAPS and NPA intelligence structures, convened a joint meetings to investigate these claims, assess risk, and implement preventive measures? If so, what concrete actions and outcomes have been achieved to curb this threat? And if not, why has your department failed to act despite the clear danger to prosecutors' witness and the integrity of justice system? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Mukwili. I can indicate that following the issues that came up in relation to Tracy Brown, we did interact with the SAPS together with the Minister and the MEC in the Eastern Cape, but also in terms of correctional services, we've requested that this be taken up. I can confirm that we are working in a coordinated manner and confirm, Honorable Mukwili, that tomorrow, as JCPS cluster ministers, we are having an outreach in Mthatha in the Eastern Cape. This also in line with what would have been identified as Wellington Prison being the hub as well of where contrabands are being found and also a source of major criminal activities within the Mthatha area. Similarly, St. Anne Barnes has been identified in the Port Elizabeth Gqeberha area as one of the critical prisons that continues to work. And you'd have seen actually consistently the commissioner even on TV appearing, doing visits and actually doing raids in this, together with the minister, has been Minister of Correctional Service, has been leading a team to go to the prisons, actually tightening matters up. So the JCPS is working in a coordinated manner amongst ourselves as political leaders, as ministers, but also in terms of the technical teams within the JCPS cluster, working together to ensure that there are rates and also working together to ensure that there's information sharing of where what needs to be done and how it should be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I move on to recognize the next member to ask a supplementary question, may I just remind all members that we have Rule 64D in our rule book, which in essence says that when a member is speaking, other members are not to move between the chair and that member or between the table and that member. And now there's, of course, historical reasons, and maybe in old days it was seen as an act of aggression. But I think in our current circumstances, it's a basic courtesy that we do not obscure that member also from the camera. And it doesn't portray a very professional view to the public who's watching the proceedings if we pass between the member and the chair, because that ordinarily would mean that you also obscure the view of the member who's on the platform from the public viewing. So please, let's refrain from that and obey that specific rule. The second supplementary question may be asked by the Honourable Litchfield Chabalala.
I am taking it on her behalf.
You're welcome, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, did any of the prosecutors who were brutally murdered raise security concerns to any relevant authorities within the NPA? If yes, how did the NPA respond? I mean, how did it respond to ensure that they are safe? If no, how and why did it fail to make a security assessment and protect them if they were in danger? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nomvalo. Definitely not. In the cases when I asked all of them, and you'd remember with the case of Sombolula and also Tracy, I personally went to the families. I interacted with their colleagues to understand what could have been. At the face value, initially, it wouldn't even have been clearer that actually it was a case related to their work. With Sombolula was coming from work and was killed. With Tracy as well, was with her partner, with the child coming from work, was killed in the driveway. So when initially it started to be investigated, it didn't come across as one of those that would have been a hit. And it's only later, especially with now clearer with Tracy, that indeed it is linked to one of the cases that she was dealing with. Now, one of the issues, NPA had a strategic plan recently, and we had a conversation about how do we determine high-risk profiles, what needs to be done. And part of the issue, they were saying, look, when you first get the docket in front of you, you would not be able to profile the individuals. It's only after some time in various cases that you would find that, yes, you can link this person to be maybe a gang member and all those things. And let's take in the example of Western Cape. Western Cape, we have high cases of gang members, and also, but when you look at the high killing, you don't have that. Because mechanisms, because of the environment, and knowing that we are dealing with these cases in the manner that we are dealing with. And therefore, there's high security areas around the Western Cape in the cases that they are dealing with. But what we have taken as a decision is that going forward, we will not just identify a court or an area with high areas, such as previously the gang issues, but also commercial crimes that will put prosecutors in danger, and therefore deal with those. Sometimes as well, when you look at the cases that the individual
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
are very minimum. Thank you very much.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ngwangu.
Thank you.
House Chair, I'm requesting to take it. Minister, what has been the impact of these killings of the prosecutors on the cases they were responsible for?
Welcome to the IFP.
No, he said no.
The GNU is disorganized.
The question has been allocated to the IFP. Is there a question from the IFP?
Yes, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, arising from your response, what additional steps is the department taking in collaboration with the South African Police Service and the National Prosecuting Authority to strengthen intelligence gathering and early warning systems to prevent threats or attacks on prosecutors involved in high-profile cases?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Mwango. The work that we are doing or across that is being done, because this work is done at provincial level, at district level. This is what we call case management. So what happens is that the prosecutors together with police will sit and look at the cases that they have to deal with, and therefore escalate to the DPPs to be able to look at mechanisms that needs to be put in place. What we have agreed between myself and together with the subs is that we are going to have to put more mechanism, for example, of proactive mechanisms of identifying these cases, so that we don't wait for a prosecutor to say, I am dealing with this case, or an investigator to say, I am dealing with this case, and therefore request protection. In many cases, it has been picked up early, and prosecutors have been protected, provided with close protection, and also surveillance and assessment of the cases that they are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Denner. You may ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I will handle the question with your permission.
You're welcome, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Through you, House Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Minister, I've noted the positive collaboration that you mentioned within the cluster, and to specifically address these safety concerns and issues. But what is lacking is specific collaboration with regards to crime intelligence, as the previous follow-up question also asked. The question is there specific collaboration to not only identify the cases, but to where there is high-level cases that's handled by prosecutors, that crime intelligence are actively involved in providing intelligence to the National Prosecuting Authority with regards to risks. Is there such collaboration, and if not, why not? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member and Honorable Chairperson. When we say SAP, we incorporate in DPCI because it falls under SAPs. When we say SAPs, and when I talk about the minister, because the minister is responsible for the whole portfolio. That's why when you refer to NPA, you can't go and isolate AFU, Asset Forfeiture Unit, because there are quite various mechanisms that are put in place to be able to deal with issues of crime in a very systematic manner. For example, if you are to deal with high crime, let's take the gangsters in Western Cape. For an intervention to work better, you'd have to have crime intelligence, you'd have to have asset forfeiture unit, and all those people working together to be able to say, when you take off the assets, the process of crime, depleting these people the ability to be able to fight you as the state, you'd have to have the intelligence to understand when are the cases being, and advise even in terms of the cases to go in court and which ones not to go to court, but also be seen being taken on virtual platforms. So there's quite a lot of work that is being done. It will be escalated as we deal with issues around protection of not only prosecutors, but the entirety of staff that work within the justice criminal system.
Thank you. Honourable Members, question number 955 has been asked by the Honourable Marchi to the Minister of Correctional Services. The question is in follow-up to his reply to question number 3346 on the 11th of June 2025, in which he indicated that the review of the process of the parole system has commenced. What the details of any progress is that has been made in this regard to date, and how often his department carry out unannounced and or random compliance checks nationally. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The answer is as follows. The National Commissioner appointed a task team to review the parole processes, which amongst others will consider the following: conducting a thorough review of the existing parole procedures and their alignment with applicable legislation, identifying operational inefficiencies and policy-related bottlenecks affecting parole outcomes, recommending evidence-based constitutionality sound reforms, and contributing to the development of a revised parole framework that promotes transparency, fairness, and efficiency. The department is also hosting a summit on the review parole system from 22 to 23 September. And the summit will be attended by different stakeholders, for instance, ministers and members of the JCPS, academia, non-profit organizations, community structures, victims, parolees, faith-based organizations, organized labor, gender and youth-based organizations, and traditional leaders. In addition, the department, through its research directorate and subject matter experts, is conducting a baseline study on the state of the current parole system, which is anticipated to identify gaps and functional processes within the parole system. In terms of the second part, monitoring and supervision of probationers, parolees, and awaiting trial persons is a human capital intensive activity. The day-to-day monitoring is enhanced through allocation of resources for physical monitoring, office consultations, telephone monitoring, where applicable, community service and program attendance. The monitoring category for every offender under the system of community corrections is determined by the predicted risk of offenders from high, minimum of 8 contacts, medium, minimum of 4 contacts, and low risk, a minimum of 2 contacts. Parolees attend sitting either every 6 months and frequently depending on the length of their sentence to review their status, behavior, reclassify, or refer for intervention. The establishment of 219 offices, 57 satellite offices, and service points for easy access of services contributes positively to the compliance with conditions, ensure visibility, and strengthening of the monitoring system. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Marchi, you may ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, while noting that the review of the parole system has commenced, what assurances can you provide that the process will address long-standing concerns of fairness, transparency, and rehabilitation in parole decisions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. That's why we have the summit, and the approach with the summit is that we want to hear what the people say. We have people that will participate and making submissions so that we can see what the society of South Africa want to see, that there will be more transparency, what the gaps are in the system, and after that summit, we will further forward it to the task team, and there will be a process to ensure that we can do our utmost best to ensure more efficiency and more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Ramolobeng, you may ask the second supplementary question.
Thank you so much, House Chair. Minister, what are some of the initiatives that you are targeting to maximize public participation in the reviewing process of the parole system? And this is outside the scheduled summit that it's supposed to sit on Monday and Tuesday. So what other alternatives of avenues are you intending to use outside the summit itself, but to enhance public participation? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Ramolobeng. Firstly, I want to say that that will, of course, be integrated and will be form part of the task team and the JCPS cluster. And of course, from that, we will see whether there should be amendments made to specific legislation. And let me say, I am of the opinion that there will have to be amendments not only to the Correctional Services Act, but also to the Criminal Procedures Act, and of course, those people who participate in that. And in the end, it will also have to go, of course, to the Portfolio Committee, where the Honourable Member is the chairperson of. And there it is also for the public to see. When we embark on amendments in terms of legislation, the process is well known, that it will be published and it will be asked for public comments. And if we have to make further amendments, and in the end, when it is tabled in Parliament, it will go through the legislative process in terms of the Portfolio Committee, and will also invite the public to comment on those amendments. So we will ensure that that process will be followed quite for sure and duly. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question has been allocated to the Honourable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, House Chair. Given the department's admission that the current parole system failed to prevent a violent reoffence by a high-risk murderer, and the 2-year timeline for the final review, what specific, immediate and verifiable measures beyond the mentioned quick wins have been implemented right now to ensure that no other parolee with a history of violent crimes poses a similar threat to the public, particularly in the monitoring of their day-to-day activities and compliance with conditions? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Honourable Engelbrecht. Firstly, I can say that when I became the Minister, I had meetings with, for instance, the National Council of Correctional Services. Of course, I deal only with paroles or parolees in terms of lifers, and I've set out what I think what is the most important matter that must also be looked into, and that is the risk of reoffending. And let me say this to the Honourable Member and to members of Parliament. If we look at the statistics of 2024-25 in terms of reoffending of parolees, we had 373 parolees who again reoffended in terms of robbery, 209 for murder, and 209, yes, and 303 for rape. So this is a serious problem. It actually reflects on the rehabilitation processes. So we are looking at that. But it is most important that people must not think that people are just putting on parole to address the overcrowding problem in correctional services. We have a constitutional obligation to protect the public. So that's why we are looking more thoroughly in terms of the profiles of the applicants. I can also say to the Honourable Member, I am in the process, and legislation provides, for instance, for electronic bands that they must wear. And it's very sophisticated these days. It can, for instance, monitor if a parolee, for instance, is using drugs or alcohol, which is, of course, a violation, and then we have better monitoring.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shangase.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, it's given that the Minister previously stated in June that the review of the parole system had already commenced. So, Honourable Minister, can you explain why public and Parliament have seen little evidence in meaningful change on the ground, particularly in light of ongoing reports and repeats offenders being released without proper monitoring? And how often in reality unannounced compliance check carried out since community remain unconvinced that these checks are effective or even happening? I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Member. Firstly, I want to say that we must remember that the process for the revision of the parole system is actually coming from 2015. That's the 5th administration. We're now in the 7th administration. And I said that I do hope that by next year, this time, we will be in the final phases. It's a long outstanding matter, and we must address the issue. In terms of unannounced visits and checks on parolees, I don't have the specific number now, but not long ago, about in the beginning of last month, the National Commissioner specifically visited the Eastern Cape and where they made checks on the parolees, and quite a lot of them did contravene their parole conditions, and of course, the parole has been revoked. So we are actively busy in the meantime to ensure that parolees comply to the conditions of their parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, the 3 hours allocated for questions today has expired. You will recall that last week, during questions from Cluster 5 Economics, addressed to the Minister of Small Business Development and the Minister of Tourism took over in terms of Rule 144, Sub-Rule 2. These questions will be taken out of cluster today in terms of Rule 138, Sub-Rule 5. Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will be added to today's question time for this purpose as provided for in terms of Rule 138, Sub-Rule B, Sub-Rule 5, Paragraph B. I now take question 875, which has been asked by the Honourable KRJ Meshu to the Minister of Small Business Development. The question is whether her department has put measures in place to ensure that the 500 million rand earmarked for the Spaza Shop Support Fund will go towards assisting local Spaza shop owners who reportedly run just 20% of all Spaza shops currently operating in the Republic, with the rest being owned and or run by foreign nationals who are often better trained and experienced business owners. If not, why not? If so, what measures are in place to ensure that South African Spaza shop owners will benefit from the specified fund, and whether there are any programs in place specifically designed to help better equip and train local Spaza shop owners? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson, and thank you for the question from Honourable Meshu. Let me state what we have been saying, including in the press conference and the advert itself. We did say that the fund is meant only for South African-owned Spaza shops. We further indicated that the registration will happen at local level, as we know that the Business Licensing Act entrusts that responsibilities with the municipalities. So there is a stage wherein they must register and get the permit from the municipality. Following that, we make sure that we provide training programs working with the wholesale and retail sector in order to make sure that they are trained in terms of how to run Spaza shop as the business. Whilst we're also working with NEF that continues to check in terms of their compliance in relation to infrastructure needs that they would have applied for or they're in short of. So we do have our agency, SIDFA, and the department, including NEF, that make sure that they go to provide verification because it is important to verify that the Spaza shop that is registered under Stella Ndabeni, indeed, it is run by Stella Ndabeni. And I must report, honorable members, that we've discovered that so many South Africans are fronting for non-South Africans, especially undocumented ones. This is why we had to be tighter on the regulations that we put in place, and then we had to make sure that thoroughly we provide verification, working with those that are responsible for compliance at local level. So we do provide all of that. Once then one is approved and verified by all those parties from local, district, province, and national department, we then be able to say now we can then approve for financing in terms of the stock, as CIDFA is responsible for stock provision and training and any for infrastructure. So yes, there are measures in place, and we do provide verifications, and we are certain that we are not going to spend the money if it is not South African-owned Spaza shops that are registered. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first follow-up question will be asked by the Honourable KRJ Meshu.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Minister, for that reply. We know that South Africa is plagued by corruption, and as a result, most people want to ensure that the money, this fund that we're all happy about, will go to where it is needed the most. I want to know whether there has been consultation with South African Spaza shop owners to find out from them what their real needs are. Because when there is competition between the foreign nationals who operate Spaza shops and the locals, foreign nationals always do better because where they come from, they have been properly trained, and some of them worked in the shops with their parents. So they learned firsthand from their fathers how to run a small business, something that is not happening in South Africa, because we were told in the new democracy that children must not do any work, which has put our children at a disadvantage. Now, the South African Spaza and Tax Shop Association has called for accountability in the distribution of support. Now, what I want to know from you, Honourable Minister, how transparent is the process going to be? Because if we are told that 20% of South Africans comprise those that are running Spaza shops, only 20%. Now, are we going to be given the details of where those 20% are and how that money allocated to them is going to be spent according to your department? Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much. Once more, Honourable Member. Yes, as I indicated, we are working with local municipalities, not only in terms of government. We're working with the House of Traditional Leaders because some of the Spaza shops are in the rural areas. We are working with the business associations that are also doing great work in terms of empowering their own members. We were talking about different associations that we are working with in their respective local municipalities. And as I said, they've been conducting workshops on their own. They've partnered with big business, they've partnered with other sitters because they also have an interest of ensuring that this fund does serve the intended beneficiaries, which are South Africans. Yes, it is true that most South Africans, they don't know how to run Spaza shops. That is true, hence we're talking about 20%. But the reason they cite is that there's high levels of crime in the areas where they're operating from, but also at times it takes too long to get a permit, even when they want to be compliant as Spaza shop owners. This is the reason we said we are working closely with the Department of COGTA, we are working closely with the Department of Economic Development in the respective provinces so that they too assist us in dealing with those. We've experienced challenges, for example, even now, where in certain municipalities insist on providing licenses, and we are asking them to say, can you just issue permit so that they can be able to run the business? Because ours is not to take Spaza shops, South African-owned Spaza shops out of the business. Ours is to help them with the compliance, but also help them leverage on bulk stock buying, which is where the non-South Africans are beating them. Because they work as the group, they are organized groupings, they are stock firms, they know how to negotiate discounts, and now we've also engaged our own South African to say, if we are going to support you, you've got to agree that you are going to participate in the bulk buying scheme that you are providing, because we are doing
Thank
that
you,
so that
Honourable
we can
Minister.
negotiate
Your time
discounts
has now
for them.
expired. Thank you. The second follow-up question will be asked by the Honourable Matulelwa. The Honourable Member online. I will then proceed to the third supplementary question that will be asked by the Honourable Peters.
Thank you, Chair. With foreign nationals own Spaza shops selling expired goods and counterfeit goods to our communities, what measures has the Minister put in place to ensure that the funds will go to legitimate Spaza shop owners, as we find that local citizens apply on behalf of foreign nationals? Will the Minister, in conjunction with the Department of Home Affairs, be able to visit these Spaza shops to ensure that it is actually locals that own them, as well as what additional programs or initiatives has the department introduced to ensure that South Africa's Spaza shop owners not only benefit fully from the 500 million Spaza shop support fund, but are also equipped with the skills, resources, and support systems needed to sustain their business in the long term and reduce the risk of failure? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. As we reported to Parliament, that at national we have been working with the net joints. In the provinces, there's the provincial joints, and at the district level, there's the district joints, which encompasses all of the stakeholders that have everything to do with compliance and monitoring of Spaza shops in the areas. So yes, we've been conducting raids in certain areas, and we do that because we want to ensure that if Stella Trading is registered, indeed it is ran by Stella. That's why earlier, when I was responding to Honourable Meshu, I indicated that we've even gone to work with traditional leaders to say, please be our eyes and ears. Let's identify the people that are cheating the system. So there is monitoring that is done, that is in place. There is stakeholder involvement, and that's improving ways of ensuring that there's compliance. But also, we urge honourable members in their respective constituencies to raise awareness to their constituency members about the criminality of them fronting for non-South Africans. As we know that the Immigration Act is very clear on this, but without just saying we are penalizing, we're also saying we're working hand in hand with the involved stakeholders so that we're able to assist those that have been verified that indeed they are true Spaza shop owners. And this we do again with business associations, with Spaza shop owners themselves, and the locals that they're operating in.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The question is with regards to empowerment. We know that the fund is set to target local owners, but also that there's an empowerment imperative. And so part of South Africa's empowerment policy does include youth and women. And so the question is, of the registered Spaza shops, how many are owned by Black women? How many are owned by youth? And what is particularly the method, or how are you ring fencing to ensure that Black women, that young people are well represented and are targeted and prioritized with this fund?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I would have to provide written answer to provide the details as the numbers continue to increase every day. And I don't want to come here and say 20% or 5 businesses. So the Honourable Member, please accept that I will provide a written response in that in order to give you the breakdown that you are looking for.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 811 has been asked by the Honourable A.S. Shlongo to the Minister of Tourism.
Chair, there's the last supplementary question.
Honourable Member, what are you referring to?
The last supplementary question by Honourable Zivi on this question.
No, not according to our records, Honourable Member. According to our records, your party was not identified as one of those to put a supplementary question. And that's why I'm proceeding to question number 811. The question is about the measures she has and her department implemented to address the allegations of misconduct against a certain person, and given the contradicting views between her and the SA Tourism Board on the precautionary suspension of the specified person, what guarantee will she provide South Africans that the specified matter will be resolved in their best interest as they look to the board to contribute towards the growth of the tourism sector for the advancement of economic growth and job creation? The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, greetings and greetings to the honourable members. Honourable Chairperson, I wrote to the Speaker of the National Assembly and also to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on the 9th of September this year. And the issue that I raised with the Honourable Speaker and a PC Chair relates to a Rule 89 of the Rules of the National Assembly, specifically records that no member may reflect upon the merits of any matter on which a judicial decision in a court of law is pending. In other words, the sub judice rule. I further mentioned in my letter that we are hereby informed that on the 4th of September 2023, 7 of the former board members of the South African Tourism Board instituted an urgent application against me and also the interim board in the North Gauteng High Court Division of the High Court for the reinstatement of the former SAT board. I have already, Honourable Chairperson, lodged my formal intention to oppose the urgent application, and the matter is therefore pending before a court of law. In view of the above, I suggest and I herewith inform you that the sub judice principle applies in this matter. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Minister, the gist of the question refers to the matter that the matter will be resolved in the best interest of South Africans. I have checked on this question before I came into the House.
Yes, Honourable.
And it is our opinion that you may reply to the question without going into any details,
Yes.
but also indicate to you that according to our legal advice, the matter is not sub judice because the matter was not heard yet in court and there's no judicial decision pending on the matter.
Yes.
So you don't need to go into all the details of the papers that you filed,
Yes.
but you may proceed to reflect on the gist of the question on the matter being resolved in the best interest of all South Africans. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I will do so, Honourable Chairperson. On the 28th of August, the interim board was briefed by the legal team of SAT to urgently look at the CEO's suspension and also the implementation of the forensic reports and recommendations in the report and deal with it using proper governance protocols. Also, Honourable Chairperson, the Department of Tourism is committed to upholding the rule of law and ensuring that all actions taken by SAT are within the bounds of the Tourism Act. The dissolution of the former board was a necessary step to restore lawful governance and accountability. And on the 22nd of August 2025, Honorable Chairperson, I appointed an interim board to collectively and in a transparent manner and in the public interest to deal with this matter. So the board is currently actively addressing governance lapses and restoring the institutional integrity of the South African Tourism Board. Because South African tourism continues to play a vital role in promoting tourism, driving economic growth and creating jobs. And as the Department of Tourism, we remain committed and focused in advancing initiatives to support these objectives, while we also reaffirm our commitment to transparency, accountability, and the protection of public resources. The department will continue to engage Parliament and the public on developments and ensure that the outcome of this matter reflects the best interests of all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shlongo.
Thank you. I'll replace Ms. Shlongo. Here's the question to the Minister. How is governance and financial controls to be restored in South African tourism to ensure its optimal performance, to enhance tourism to the country, and how will this be practically achieved? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable members.
Honourable Minister, I suggest that you switch off your video.
I do so. Thank you.
So that we can hear you clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I wish to bring to the attention of the honourable members that in April of 2025, in my quarterly meetings with the Auditor General, the Auditor General raised two outstanding issues in the South African Tourism Administration. The one is the failure to appoint a full-time Chief Financial Officer and the failure to appoint a head of internal audit in the organization. I raised these issues from the Auditor General in June and in July with the now dissolved board to say to them that the Auditor General needs a report about where we are with the appointment of a Chief Financial Officer and a head of internal audit. As we speak, Honourable Chair, there is still no Chief Financial Officer, there's still no head of internal audit. The board that I've appointed in the interim have reviewed the processes followed, and they will very soon make an announcement on the appointment of a Chief Financial Officer and the head of internal audit. So that is what we have done in the meantime, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ismail.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, when you appeared before the Portfolio Committee, you said that SA Tourism's operations would not be jeopardized by the dissolution of the board you suspended. You said they had a meeting, they said they had a round robin, and they actually implemented the HA recommendation of consequence management due to the 4.1 million rand irregular expenditure against the CEO. Now, Minister, you emphasized that the tourism industry still had faith in you. But we know that the Tourism Business Council has now decided to withhold, TOMSA levies worth at least R500 million from SAT. This is totally due to poor performance and, a negative track record of mismanagement. Do you still think that dissolving the SAT board is the right decision? And do you still think that the tourism industry still has faith in you?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, indeed. I want to assure the honourable members that there's absolutely no crisis in tourism. Where I'm sitting tonight and addressing this honourable house, I'm with the Tourism Business Council at their leadership conference. The Tourism Business Council have, in a letter written to me, given their full support to the Department of Tourism to continue to work together, to focus on the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan that we have all adopted. We have already had our first execution lab implementation program. And the issue of the TOMSA levy that has been withheld, the chairperson of the Tourism Business Council is busy looking into that matter. And I have asked for a report about what exactly has happened there. But I can assure the Honourable Member Ismail that the tourism sector has got full confidence in working with the Department of Tourism to further grow the sector and to further grow our economy and to further create jobs in our country. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Moodley.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Telezi, coming in for Honourable Moodley. The Minister has been failing to take accountability ever since this matter was brought forward into the committee. So this is not new to us as the Committee of Tourism. However, my question will be, Minister, the public contradictions between you and the SAT board on the handling of misconduct allegations raise serious concerns about your department's capacity to exercise effective oversight and ensure governance stability within SAT Tourism. With the entity already flagged by the AG for irregular expenditure exceeding 1.2 billion in the year of 2024 and 2025, and ongoing instability threatening critical tourism growth initiatives, how will you prevent this leadership crisis from degenerating into full institutional paralysis that undermines service delivery, public trust, and the sector's recovery as key driver of jobs and the economic growth? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you to Honourable Telesi for the question. I have said earlier on that yes, if there are perceived or differences in terms of interpretation of the Tourism Act, that is why the matter is sub judice, and the court will decide on what is the right interpretation. I will not go there. I am always willing, prepared, and able and committed to be held accountable by Parliament. Parliament is there to hold the and Honourable Chairperson, I will never shirk that responsibility. The 2024-2025 financial report and that will be presented to Parliament, and all of the alleged irregularities or misspent or whatever will be explained to Parliament. And I know that the Portfolio Committee normally calls us to give not only comment on our annual report, but also on our audited statements from the Auditor General. And I look forward to bring the SAT board with myself to the committee to discuss the full report with the committee. I thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Tito.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Diallo will be taking that on behalf of Honourable Tito. Minister, you have indicated that there's no deep crisis between yourself and the Tourism Department. However, according to our observations, especially considering the fact that you have just said the matter is sub judice, it's an indication of deep contradictions between yourself and them. Does the Minister agree that the current contradictions between yourself or your department and the South African board exposes deep governance failures? And will you support the legislative amendments to strengthen oversight and accountability in entities that are under your department? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. Maybe I need to qualify contradictions. As far as I am concerned, the law matters. The Tourism Act matters. Every cent that we spend of taxpayers' money in this country matters. And therefore, the contradictions will be finally adjudicated by an independent court of law that will then, before we judge who is contradicting who, if there are different interpretations of the law, we must leave it to the independence of our judiciary to interpret and make that ruling. And that's why I was very happy when the dissolved board decided to go to court, because that is where you will get the judgment and adjudication by a competent judge to pronounce on the matter. And I look forward to the judgment. I look forward that whatever the court rules, at the end of the day, we will all be bound by that decision, and we have to implement the judgments of the court. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the time allocated for questions has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed and answered. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.